shelf. I need that greeter there to help me figure out to get to where I want to go. And when I'm thinking about that, and that also has to do with a lack of understanding about who the users are and who the users could be. So if I'm entered this palace of data, there's some fundamental questions that should help guide me down the aisles, and that should be what the user-friendly interface should look like. And it would be, well, let's take obesity. The first screen, there's a search engine, but it should be divided into maybe a menu that says, do you want to find out what data sets we have on obesity? Do you want to download data on obesity? Do you want to begin a query about obesity? And this is the point Mark was making.
Right.
The value would be increased exponentially if this was not only a compendium of where to go for data, but could actually begin driving people to respond to specific queries. Or do you want to find out more about program and services about obesity? So the initial point of entry should be user-friendly to channel users to what it is they want to know. There is a search engine, but I think people, only sophisticated users want to go right to databases. And if you want a broader audience of users at all levels, it really needs to be more topically driven rather than database driven. So I think the focus should really of the report should be how do we make this more user-friendly and accessible. I think also another recommendation that I would add would be the focus here is on HHS, but as we know, a lot of very important health data is not in HHS. So part of the recommendations should be HHS should work with the other executive secretariats to review all of the data that's health-related. And this gets into the synergy with what we're trying to do with the measurement framework on community health and well-being. I love the fact that there's capacity to integrate data that doesn't belong to the federal government. I think that's a real strength, and there should be recommendations around outreach, a more formal process of outreach to incorporate those data sets. I've got a lot of, I think those are my basic concerns. I think the body of the report focuses too much on a couple of examples from New York and California. It would be great if there were federal examples, maybe from NHANES or HIS, about how the data and healthdata.gov has helped drive policy recommendations as well. I'll stop right there, but again, I think it's a great place to start, and healthdata.gov could be an incredibly valuable product. It's all there, but it's impossible to get to.
Can I just get clarity from him on the recommendation when you were talking about, there's some federated data in there. Was your recommendation we should be asking HHS to invite other people to put their data there,
yeah.
or are you just?
Yeah, or establish a mechanism to encourage other people.
Unfortunately, then you're advocating for data.gov and getting rid of healthdata.gov.
Yeah, see, I was about to.
Well, I guess my, pretty much all data are health data from my point of view. As we talk about health and well-being, census is probably, you know, the most important source of data that we have that goes down to the community level. You know, certainly we can refine what the ask is and what we think is reasonable for HHS to be doing, but getting the other data sets that are relevant to health and well-being, however we define, that is important to make this useful.
Okay. I'll let it move on.
So I'm going to go next, then Rich, then I think Jim, then Bob, then Helga. So we're getting a good discussion here. I want to come up one level because as I heard Mark's suggestions, all of which resonate and all of which resonate with many conversations we've had in the Pop Health work groups. That's really getting at an end vision in a way. And I think if we're going to have an impact with a letter we write now, it needs to be at ground level. So having read everything we did in the last 3 years in the run-up to the report to Congress, I came to the conclusion that many of the things we wrote met our aspirations, but were judged non-actionable. And I think we therefore need to clearly distinguish when are we presenting vision. And I think that's one of our jobs, and we should present vision. I prefer that we actually keep that in reports. I think our recommendations, we ought to have a mental model with the government as it's constructed now. Who could we hand this who could the Secretary hand this recommendation to? If we can think, we're not supposed to say who that person is in the recommendation, but if we can have that mental model, then that's possibly an actionable recommendation. And I just would encourage us to have the discipline to keep our apply that kind of lens to trying to narrow the recommendations down to what are the most important things framed in a next step from where we are that somebody could take. And I think if you look at what we did yesterday with DID, you know, we really worked hard at that. And I think we've got to try to work hard at that with this if we're going to be successful. And so I want to try to, you asked us what level do we want to be at, and I'm really trying to provide the guidance at that level because I think in this case, I think we're actually probably talking about a letter, not a report. Interesting question. The letter, as I read the structure of this, I liked it. I mean, I think the idea, a short section, what is healthdata.gov? This is the cleanest description of that I've seen. That's very helpful. Then what are examples of, well, then you say it is remarkably inexpensive. What are examples of its use that have been high value? And then the stewardship piece, and then what are recommendations that could be acted on over the next 6 to 18 months within the current sort of structure of the government. I think if we could pull that off, we would be doing a very valuable job. But so I think we need to try to get at that level, and we note our visions. We can come back to them. Our life will continue, so I just would provide that overarching guidance.
Thank you.
Rich?
First off, overview, great approach. It's intriguing. It's fascinating. It just demonstrates so much value. I very much like the direction. Question: in what you were reading from the comment, there was a quick reference to a ONC and one of their roadmaps that talked about a learning system. That flew by too fast. Can you reread that if you can find that?
ONC's interoperability roadmap talks about a national learning health system, and I'm wondering if healthdata.gov could be a core engine in that effort, a place for communities to play and plug.
Okay. It's putting I've dealt with the ONC concepts. It's not at all exclusive to interoperability, and I've never thought of it in this context before, so I will do so. Thank you. Yeah, it all plays together, but I'm not sure that's where ONC is thinking about going. Check with them. It might be interesting to them as well. My comments are, I very much like the concept of healthdata.gov having a set of tools or query builders, and I guess to Bruce's thing, is it healthdata.gov or healthcare? I don't care. I'm agnostic. I want a portal that if I'm coming in for healthcare, I want access to all the data, but I want the healthcare tools visible to me. So a toolkit to build queries or design reports. I'd also like a library. So the example up here about the childhood asthma, and here's what we do to combine the data. If somebody builds that, put it in the library, have a virtual card catalog, so other community groups can come in and say, oh yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Somebody already built it. I don't have to reinvent that wheel.
Thank you.
Jim?
Let me defer to Erica.
Okay.
Yeah, so so this is what I learned with healthdata.gov, so I really appreciate these comments. I'm writing them down. There's one issue with sort of what we can do with healthdata.gov. So what's unique about it, unlike some of the state and local portals, is that they don't own the data. So all they can do with it is aggregate the information about the data. So what you essentially have is a library catalog of what the data resources are. But there's limited capacity to do things like queries. So states that are really ahead, like New York and California, they're thinking really hard about how to do queries. It's harder than you would think. Socrata is promising to do this. They're a major vendor. They haven't yet, but New York and California are thinking about what they can do. So something to think through of what's doable. I like this idea of what you can do in 18 months. Unless we want to recommend that they put all the data on healthdata.gov, that might be something that might be harder to do because you're relying on the portals of, say, the CDC or other states where they're aggregating stuff to have those tools. So I don't know if that helps with thinking through what's possible.
At this altitude of our perch, I'll let others wrestle with the technical. Right. Is it feasible within the 6 billion?
Right. Certainly it's great aspirational.
Thank you. Jim, do you still want to say something?
Well, I was just going to quickly say, the thing, when you actually sit down and try to write the letters, the thing and you learn about healthdata.gov, we have a vast user community at all different levels. And some of the most important ones are really the power users because they're the ones who are building apps and working with, alternative care models to try to improve the value of healthcare. And they understand things like ontologies and data models and this type of thing. And that's where a lot of our value is in some ways. And then you have other people who are more aspirational data users perhaps, and they're newer to the game, and they're maybe in junior colleges or whatnot, and they're doing this as coursework or whatnot. So you have a big set of people to satisfy. And in some cases, they can be satisfied through better human-computer interactions at the interface level. And in some cases, you actually need to do cross-indexing of databases to tell people what logical chains they can follow. And that's where the power users come. And so just keep that in mind. It's sort of a very broad set. We don't have the resources to support everybody maximally on this, probably within HHS, and we can't become the user desk for the nation. So we have to rely on probably Academy Health and Health Data Palooza and other groups that we're bringing along with on the journey here to have the tacit knowledge and to help people along to some extent. That's not to say we don't have a role in user health, but it can't flood us. And the second thing is, so there's value in power users. Other thing is there's actually the biggest consumer of healthdata.gov should be HHS, because it's probably one of the better indexes we have of what our data efforts are and how they relate to other data efforts out there. So it has a lot of internal value, I think, in terms of supporting HHS database movements. So I'll just offer those as some observations.
Thank you. Bob?
I'm a huge fan of healthdata.gov. In my former role, I was a power user of healthdata.gov and built one of the applications that won awards at the Early Data Paloozas. In looking through the site lately, what I wonder is I know there are divisions between what you can do and what you can point to, but I wonder if there's a way to help people find an app store that, even if it takes you to Academy Health site or to some off-site that says, look, here are the apps that people are using to search these data by geography. Here are the apps where they help people search the data across data sets by disease. So there are a number of apps out there that do that, but there's no way from the site to find those or to direct people to them that I can tell anyway. So I just wonder if there's a way for you all to create that kind of a handoff to help people find the tools that use your data in much more sophisticated ways, but in an easy platform.
It's a very good thought, and I think that the answer is eventually we could get there, and eventually might actually be pretty quickly, but you're talking about exposing data models to the app builders and data dictionaries to the app builders, and that I think could be done. I think it could be done safely and responsibly, but I don't think we have a mechanism in place to do that. But it sounds like a type of recommendation that we could.
I think you're talking about something different, right? I think that's probably needs to be a third party, because otherwise it's implied, sponsorship of an app. But I think is it correct to say that what I hear is people that already have an app to do something that uses that data gets referenced, so that people could look at the apps that use the data, not the app developers.
Right. So we had an application that people could search across 100 different health data sets by selecting the census tracts they were interested in. And as they selected the census tracts, it would pull the data sets that had data relevant for those census tracts. And then when they selected them, they could select the data sets, and it would just give them a spreadsheet with all the data elements tied to those census tracts from those data sets, and they were off and running. There are several apps like that out there, but I just wonder if there's a way on healthdata.gov to either direct people to useful applications or to hand them off to someone else, a third party, who can say, here are applications that other users have found helpful for looking across the data.
If we've captured the idea, let's take a continued discussion of that offline. Helga, did you have a different point, because you had to sit up before that conversation started?
It's the question also of standardization of summarizing the data. Again, if you have, kind of the listing of all these great data sources, and I know we've talked about it before, but this might be an opportunity to include that as a potential recommendation, which helps facilitate searching. So if there's a common way to summarize the data sets, then now you have a standard way of approaching the search, and you'll be confident that the search will be consistent, and especially now that we have kind of the framework for the population health kind of component that could tie in very nicely too.
Thank you. Linda?
Thank you. I'm going to suggest that the recommendation regarding data stewardship is certainly important, but I would suggest it be strengthened. In recommendation number 3, there's reference to establish a governance process. And that seems to be delinked from recommendation 5, which is stewardship, and I think they go hand in glove. So I would suggest that recommendation on stewardship be retitled Formalized Governance and Data Stewardship Practices. And there are things that are threaded through here that really belong in governance and data stewardship. One of the really good references I think that we should bring into this is that new report from NIST on de-identifying government data sets. It seems like this is one of the first products that can really put those recommendations into practice. And it would be wise to explore that. For example, some of the things that should be in this stewardship are the life cycle management. of the data, the policies, including issues like suppression that we've talked about, review of methods of de-identification, even, thinking about how to staff this and whether there needs to be some kind of disclosure review board. So I think right now the stewardship is really important, but it reads like an afterthought, and I think it probably needs to be a little more central.
Thank you. Maybe what we can do now, I'm sorry.
Bruce is going to have one short point, he promised, and then Vicki's going to get to take back over. Or Eric will take.
Just a follow-up on a couple of suggestions. I think Bob's idea is great. There are a lot of, if you just had a radio button that could direct people to the existing web-based query tools, SeerStat, Wonder, the NCHS tools, so people who want to go right there can find how to do that. That's great. The second is a lot of the data we're talking, although the owners are within HHS, they're already aggregated in a way that I think this would be a wonderful challenge to app developers to see if they could combine the data from SEER and from Vital Statistics and from HIS and BRFSS in a one-stop search engine query kind of tool. And third, the point that you made, Jim, about, power users, it's clear to you who who those users are in that user community, and why don't you make it clear on the site, essentially, so naive users versus power users can be directed to channels that are much more useful to them. If you're a power user, you know where to go, but if you're a naive user, you have to go through all this stuff to finally figure out where to be. So I think embedded in your logic in healthdata.gov, it's all there, but you need to make it easier for people to find themselves. And there are ways to do that in terms of recommendations that I don't think are too costly or onerous.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to let Erica get her slides up because we're actually going to go through the specific recommendations. I just want to...
This is Leslie. Can I just interject, because I'm going to have to get off now. I thought Lynn's suggestion about the overarching governance with stewardship and the questions about de-identification, I think that's a great suggestion.
I do too.
The one she made about 2 comments before.
Yeah, thank you. Something I'm going to put out there to think about, and that is whether or not some relationship, we can think about a recommendation, some relationship with the National Library of Medicine. Because many of the things you're asking us to do, it would be great, for example, if simple things like the National Library of Medicine said what data sets connected with an article so that people understood where to go look for. So there's,
I hear a recommendation. Seriously?
Yes, okay.
That's actionable.
Yes.
Right?
So some of the stuff that we've talked about, it really should be in, I think, the National Library of Medicine. So again, if you think we make that recommendation without consulting them or whether we consult them, just let us know. But I think a lot of this could be populated by working with them and using their search engine.
Just for our process, I don't think we want to name in the report. I think what we want to do is recommend it in a clear enough way that it would be obvious to the staff of the secretary that they should hand this to the NLM to say whether they could do it or not. We don't.
I generally agree with you as a principle, but in this case, I don't know why we wouldn't. Just because it's like NASA. Well, there's only one of them.
Well,
we actually had some conversations with
them. Anyway,
we'll work that out. Yeah, okay. All right, Erica, do you want to now take us through the specific recommendations? And we already know something about 3 and 5 being kind of clustered in some way.
Great. So in hopefully less than 15 minutes, I'll keep it shorter. What I wanted to do is give you a sense of where these recommendations came from. So just like a little process thing, I'm taking a lot of notes on what people are writing. I would also love hard copy comments. So if you write them, please put your full name at the top and an email address so I can follow up with you if I have questions. To start with this, I actually had a lot of conversations with Chris Boone, who was previously running the Health Data Consortium, about how do we have this sort of guiding vision and mission statement. So the idea here is that your vision is really aspirational. You'll never get there, but it's where you want to go. And the mission is more about how you do it. And that's really underlined a lot of the content in the report and what's driving the recommendations, and is also what's driving the section about its early successes. So it's also a way to make the report stick a bit more and make it more clear. So the vision behind this is that healthdata.gov drives economic empowerment, innovation, and transformation in health. So we thought that those were really good aspirations and things that the new administration might be aligned with. And then the mission statement is that it does this by facilitating the transformation of public data into health innovation by powering visibility, competition, community learning, research, and evidence-based decision-making. So when you read the section that's around early successes, that's why things are grouped into these different categories.
A quick question of clarification. Is that currently healthdata.gov? So
No.
This is what we are...
Yeah. So when I shared all of our meeting notes with Chris and thought through how do we make this more impactful, he said, what you guys talked about wasn't a tagline. This is actually, you guys created a mission statement. That's really what this is coming from. So it's sort of I think our work group's recommendation on where healthdata.gov should go. So underlying this is that this gets into the context, which is that one thing that has happened is that, there's this initial developmental phase. So healthdata.gov was really innovative and being the first in the nation to do something like this. And so it started this developmental phase. It now covers all of HHS operating divisions, and about 25% of its products are actually from state and local agencies, which is pretty unique. So what has already happened is that throughout this really organic process, there's this nation open data ecosystem. And so what that means is that there's a bunch of users in the community, so they're data entrepreneurs, they're community groups, it's HHS, and the idea is that you get all of these people, especially outside HHS, who are involved in playing with the data, and not only do they create products, but they make better data, right? So they put their apps out, they put data transformations, and that makes it more usable and fit for use for other users as well. So that's sort of this idea that there's a cycle. And so what's sort of interesting is that even though this has gone through this very unique developmental phase, it's developed organically, that it's actually already achieved really important outcomes related to the vision and mission. So hopefully that comes out in the report. So where the recommendations come from is that we're thinking through the report and our charges, how do we enable it to reach its full potential? So how do we get healthdata.gov to really hit this aspirational goal? How do we make sure that it's sustainable in the long term, right, so that this isn't just sort of initiative of the past administration, but it's something that will be deeply embedded in something moving forward? And also, how do we make the future activities more strategic? So rather than this sort of organic evolution, which worked really well and had important outcomes, how do we tailor it so that it's really hitting these high-level goals? So that's where the recommendations are coming from. So where these recommendations come from is that we have a work group with very diverse expertise. We had members who were talking about best practices in the field. So these are entrepreneurs, other sort of high-level data users. We had ideas from other concurrent activities of the working group. So this is where things like your past data stewardship report come in. And we asked the outgoing and current leadership to provide some wish lists in terms of, what worked well in the past, where do they want to go. We also relied on peer-reviewed literature. So I've actually been doing some work in this for the last few years. So So your point about there are too many examples from New York is very well taken. So New York and other early innovators such as Chicago and California are just the ones that are really have done a lot of this. So there's literature on that. And then also we pulled from gray literature that has described some use cases. So news articles, white papers, really things that we can point to and cite in the report. And then also I spoke with New York and California, since these are really leading state agencies. They're the only states that actually have a dedicated open health data portal, so it's very similar to the concept of healthdata.gov. And so their leadership is kind of similar to sort of HHS leadership, and these conversations are really focused on the recommendations. So I actually felt a little better when we talked to the Undersecretary of Health and Human Services Agency in California, which is sort of analogous to incoming Secretary Tom Price, and he said that he felt like the recommendations were pretty spot on other than having a few other suggestions. So that's sort of where these have come from. So high-level overview of the recommendations. So these are not in any order. The only thing that would be maybe ordered was maybe to possibly consider putting the program strategy one first, because then it makes more sense where the others come from. But the others have no ordering. So there's one strategy that's really, or recommendation that's about strategy. So this would be saying, how can we move this towards a more clear vision and, strategically focus on that end goal rather than doing this in the organic process that has worked well up to now. There's a recommendation that's really about how do we improve capabilities for external users. And this is actually great because a lot of the members here have already made some comments on this is really one of the challenges of healthdata.gov and where we want to go next. So we have a recommendation around external users. We have a recommendation around internal capabilities. So this would be recommendations for what could HHS do to build its own workforce, to make sure that it has the capabilities to do the technical stuff, and to really ensure that HHS could be using the resources, sort of their own product. We have a recommendation on understanding users' needs to tailor the product. So this is actually something that's come up. So the idea that the number of users is so diverse. What's unique about health data portals and the notion of an ecosystem is that HHS and other state agencies are very used to interacting with researchers, so people like me. They're not so used to interacting with data journalists, community groups, new users to the system. And so there's a lot of work in thinking through who are these users, what do they want, how do you make the products usable to them. So that's a recommendation. And then the fifth one is this commitment to data stewardship, and I already took notes on the idea that maybe that should be adjusted to be more about governance and data stewardship. So that's kind of the high-level piece.
Erica, I'm going to make a suggestion that we just go right to the recommendations. Yep. Instead of this one, just start with one and all its pieces rather than going through each one separately. Yep. So the first one then is about strategy. So that's developing an integrated and coordinated strategy with HHS operating divisions, states, and local municipalities to advance this mission and vision. So this is trying to make this more strategic. So one of them was promoting this as a brand, right? So you want to get brand recognition so that people want to come to this site. They know what healthdata.gov is. And that's where, one recommendation could be adding a tagline, such as Public Data Unleashed. So this would be so that people know that this is what healthdata.gov is, to make it memorable and make people come back. The other one is facilitating a learning collaborative with states and local municipalities to share lessons, such as sustainable business models. Inspiring data customers to do more with the data by highlighting success stories, encouraging data custodians to post blogs and other reports. So this is something that certainly New York and California have spent a lot of time doing, because not only does it get external users excited, but it also gets your internal users just as excited and getting the ball rolling moving forward. Launching a public data accelerator to increase the number of innovators and public and data entrepreneurs using public data. So that would be getting the data out in the community, facilitating that. Supporting developer challenge competitions. So this is actually one of the
pieces of feedback was the idea of wouldn't it be great to have a data entrepreneur kind of figure out how to do some of these query tools. So these challenge competitions could be useful for tapping outside expertise, but it's also really helpful for just cultivating the health data ecosystem and really building your user community. And then the last one is establishing mechanisms to better integrate this into broader HHS data efforts. New York did this, so they actually embedded their health data New York into a program area so that when their commissioner left, it would still remain moving forward. Okay. The second one is around enhancing the platform's capabilities to make the data more meaningful to a range of data customers and extend its reach. So this is the idea of we want to make the platform more accessible, more user-friendly. So one of them is keeping the website in a modern design so people perceive it as being fresh. A second one is implementing additional web features. So the committee already had a report around this. So there's things like providing sort of a feature of other users who use this also look at. So this is what Amazon.com does when you shop. Allowing users to identify their roles. So this would help them identify and say, I'm a researcher and I'm really wanting to sort of do a project on this, and then that might change the kind of query that you would get. And then also improving the automated processes that are used to extract the information from the open data portals that house the data. So this is a pretty technical thing. In terms of helping people discover data better, showing relationships between data sets, so you would know that, okay, NHANES actually has multiple years associated with it, so you might want to look at not just this one piece, but all of them, publishing data models, making the data documentation consistent across HHS data sets. And then this is where we also folded in Mark Savage's point about maybe this could also include developing a toolkit to help communities synthesize and integrate multiple data sets. So the other recommendations are about how do you get one user to use a few different data sets, whereas this would be more community-focused with the toolkit. Okay. So the third one is around developing a long-term internal infrastructure to allow HHS to tap into state-of-the-art knowledge about big data, machine learning, and algorithms so that they can increase customer use. So this is the internal focus recommendation. So one of them is...
I just back up one, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
I just question whether the last bullet, you know, that's the kind of thing that that Monty and all of those people are doing, and I don't think that means that healthdata.gov couldn't or shouldn't go there, but I don't know whether that begins to dilute us too much. So that's a place where we might consider that if we could get the first things done, we could then come back to this question, depending to agree on how the rest of the community health data work ecosystem is evolving. I just asked the question because that's.
Let me comment, because I think that these are the recommendations as they are, but I think re-engineering them, what would really happen is Mark was actually suggesting that the first recommendation is to really think about healthdata.gov as facilitating the community health learning system. And it was a much broader kind of recommendation. And rather than it being a piece, he's actually saying that that is what he thinks would be a major contribution, is not just focusing on the individuals, but focusing on ways in which communities, et cetera. And that would be what would make it unique.
We just have to keep in mind the power users that we're not aware of. We don't want to mess that up.
But let's just try to briefly run around trying to stay focused on this question of whether that should be there or not.
Okay.
I get that it's there, and I get where it came from.
But he was suggesting not putting it there.
He
was suggesting making it the first recommendation. So, okay. All right. I want to make sure, Erica, that we've got enough time to...
Because I got bigger, I'll wait until the end.
Other issues related to this one question. Bruce?
Well, I just suggest, if you haven't had a chance, look at the March-April 2006, Volume 12 issue of the Journal of Public Health Management. It's entirely devoted to the development of data query systems by states, their functionality, how they work, evaluation, and measurement. It's a wonderful resource that provides context that might help you understand whether we want to be doing this as well.
Bob, are you on this point, or can we? Okay.
This point, it's really, Bill, to your point, is I almost sense that you need to figure out what is it you do and what is it you support. You almost need to set some boundaries of, we work to this interface, and then we support people in going beyond this, but because your resources are limited and may be getting even more so, what are the fundamental things we really have to preserve that we do, and what is it we can enable that gets done what needs to get done? You're precious. You're a precious resource.
That's a really good point. That's another guiding thing we can use as we try to land this airplane.
Well, I don't want to beat this horse to death, but where I'm struggling is exactly this, to Bob's point. I come back, I'm listening and saying, how far do we go with this? And I'm thinking of it the way I do running a nonprofit business, but a business nonetheless. I have to think about what is the value proposition here. And so I ask myself the question, if you unplugged today, turned it off, who screams? Who cries out? What value are you creating today that puts pain on somebody who would say something about it? In other words, how do they value it? And to our chairman's admonition at the beginning about what is vision versus what could be done, I think what Bob said says it easily. I think it is very enticing to move down the path to grow something very big, but if I understand it right, you don't actually have a legislative mandate to make this happen, right? So it is about either establishing a vision and offering that vision forward to see if the current administration or the Congress, somebody wants to actually solidify that in an ongoing way to sustain it. When you start things like this, as you know, and they get bigger, the cost of sustaining keeps getting larger. Maintaining these sites gets bigger. Reworking them every couple years, which they have to be done, gets bigger. And so I find myself going where Rebecca went, and that is, well, NLM has a role in this. They actually have a formalized seat in a place at the table about all this. It's something maybe we have to think about, but absolutely, I think we ought to parse out the vision part from what really is doable within resources today, acceptable, that makes them supporting immediate impact. There's two really big different things going on.
Yeah, and this actually follows. It's going to be the big question of, one of the key things is it's inexpensive to maintain. But if you start, if you want to add how much this stuff is going to cost and then how much that's going to cost to maintain, I think that's going to be a challenge. And I think the big overarching thing is, who is going to scream, right? Because it is a really amazing, valuable sort of thing. But it's the question of how do you ensure its, sustainability.
Let's let Jim respond.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I suspect two things. The first thing, I think we may just need to keep better information inventories in HHS for our own use, and then the publicly available site exposing that inventory becomes healthdata.gov. So, I mean, and we're doing it in a manner that is transparent and is electronically FOIA-able, so to speak. So that's one road to go down. And the second thing is, I really do think that the NLM at the end of the day also, they're a massive producer of a lot of these data sets, and their expertise in ontologies and supporting complex user queries is a important player.
Very good. Erica, do you want to proceed?
Sure. Right, so the third one is around developing a long-term infrastructure at healthdata.gov to really allow it to tap into state-of-the-art knowledge about big data, machine learning, and algorithms for increasing customer use. So one of them is about providing a foundational infrastructure to enable long-term planning and use of modern technologies to support this mission. Ensuring that HHS has the technical capacity to use machine learning, data analytics, information and communication technologies, and other state-of-the-art scientific techniques to support users' needs. We didn't want to say you should train people, but that's sort of the idea of workforce development. Establishing a governance process to establish standards for the data sets that are referenced in other aspects of healthdata.gov. So I took notes that this maybe should be moved to the stewardship. But this is actually one that California really strongly recommended that we add to it because they would not take on a data portal until they had governance in place. And it was the same thing with Health Data New York, that part of why it's so successful is they had an open data handbook, they had processes in place, there's sort of a whole process for what you do, and that has really kept the sites successful and high quality. Developing some business practices to allow operating divisions to keep the data comprehensive and timely, better understand and support user needs, and meet cybersecurity and privacy regulations. So again, this is just about processes for doing this. This one, it'd be useful to get input on this because this is an ask, would be creating a chief data officer who can oversee healthdata.gov activities and routinely engage staff within operating divisions to solicit their input, provide feedback on how data have been used, and have a sustained commitment to releasing public data. So where this comes from is that California and New York have done extensive work where their senior executives have really gone door to door to talk to the data owners about what they've been doing. And so this is important in their minds from the interviews that I've done because having a top-down mandate doesn't really work if the top person tells you to do something, but you really have to keep your data owners engaged because then they'll start producing things, they'll write blogs, and they'll sort of be inspired to think differently about how their data can be used. Redefining some workforce roles to enable more active data customer support and foster health data community growth in a learning health system. And engaging HHS in long-term data standardization activities to increase the ability to link data sets across operating divisions and decrease duplication. That had been mentioned, so if I don't have that captured correctly, please send me a note and we'll make sure to edit that in the report.
Okay, before we go to 4, we've got a question from Nick.
Yeah, I guess a little more of a structural question. When I look at this, this recommendation seems to create a very broad perspective on kind of what HHS should do, how the data may be curated a little differently, all the way up to the tools and techniques to access the data. And so this to me reads as very broad, and I struggle a little bit with the point that's being made to get there. If I look at it, I say, is the value of the data, healthcare.gov, the data? No, the value is access to and information about the data to be able to use and leverage. But then this one gets into what HHS should do kind of behind healthdata.gov and not just healthdata.gov. So I struggle with what we're trying to accomplish with that one. I'm not saying that any of it's bad, by the way. I'm just saying it's very, very different things from saying, here's how we want to make the capabilities to be able to understand and access the data versus here's what HHS should do behind the scenes.
Olga and Linda.
Actually, I want to build on that because I think that there are two buckets, right? One is what currently exists, which is, you know, a great resource for people to access. But then another is really kind of, does the HHS want to have kind of a more formal process across all its data sets, right? Because this implies a chief data officer, right? That it's like, you know, going across all the agencies. That's a pretty significant, you know, thing, the whole governance of making sure that HHS now actually serves as kind of, you know, using the NIST, you know, in their practices, which is a bigger issue, right? It's a very different sort of a thing. And it might be an important thing to do anyway, but it's just a different step.
My concern is that generally in our recommendations, we don't get to the level of recommending how something be staffed or how money is spent, and this just seems too specific. I think if we could step that up another level and describe what the elements are of governance and data management process and leave the staffing decisions.
I resonate with these last couple of comments. I think we almost should set aside as a separate thing that NCVHS might ought to come back and look at are the things that HHS should be considering to make its data efforts more robust, sustainable, and cross-connecting, and not layer all of that into a letter that we're trying to come to closure on conceptually in the next 15 minutes, and in terms of wording by April. I really think if we could tease these two things apart, that really might put us in a much better plane and really focus this on healthdata.gov with HHS as HHS is. I think your idea that I loved the idea that there should be an internal index that is exposed. I think that's actually within the frame of what we're talking about from HHS.gov, but all the rest below that seems to me to be a bridge too far, but just might consider that.
I think that's really helpful, is for us to think about, here are the aspirational things for HHS, but it sounds like what we need to do is to really pull back and say, this one thing, what can we do about healthdata.gov? So, okay, I appreciate it.
Alex, and then we'll go on
I'm just going to add to what everybody else was just saying in that last thread, in that a service that can be provided to the industry gets back to those core governance. What do you need to do? How do you need to prepare yourself? And that, to me, seems like some of our toolkit and stewardship roles. So they seem like they should be separated, but HHS lessons could really be helpful in guiding them.
So the kind of 3 and 5, you know, kind of pulling that together, Alex, I'm hoping that will answer what you're saying.
Right, and I think we're all agreeing that yes, healthdata.gov needs a governance structure and process. That's within the scope of recommendations related to healthdata.gov, and that ties into Linda's stewardship comment.
Thank you.
Great. Number 4 is a little easier to work through. So the fourth one, again, gets at this idea of there's a lot of different users, new users to this ecosystem, and we just don't know their needs. So it's implementing some mechanisms to solicit their input regularly to optimize their use of healthdata.gov and develop the development of data-driven health innovations. So the first one is creating a data product team. So this is actually done in industry with sites like Amazon.com to engage regularly with diverse data customers from the private, public, academic, and other sectors to solicit their input on how to improve usability, access, and fitness for use. So this is just the idea of making this a really routine activity rather than ad hoc, such as, you know, what are conversations that we've had at the Health Data Palooza. The second one is around solicit stakeholders' input systematically through surveys and focus groups. So this is something that New York and California are really starting to do right now because they're realizing that they don't know their users, and what can they do to try to meet the needs of diverse users, or, you know, is it possible that not all needs can be met so they can use this to help target, you know, who would be the right groups to be focusing on and how. And then the third one is that just using web analytics to improve our understanding of healthdata.gov customers and their use patterns. And this can facilitate how we tailor content to users. We can evaluate dissemination strategies. We can evaluate how we're marketing data to specific groups. We can use this to increase the findability of data and other benefits. So what I mean by this is that you can take something like Google Analytics, which is already there. You can test out different features on your website, so with A/B testing, so you could say, you know, let's try today, change it to this other version, and then you can actually use the web analytics to track things like, do people stay on the site longer? So all of these things are doable, so the recommendation is just to do it as a recommendation. And the same thing with the surveys and focus groups.
Oh, good. Is your card up for this one?
Yeah. So I think one of the things that we have to just figure out is positioning. So there's two different views, right? One is, hey, we have this really great data from a federal government perspective and also from the states that we're providing that we want to use, that internal mechanism, so we're just going to do 2 for 1. We're focusing on what we need, but then we're letting others use it. The other is, no, this is a service, okay, to the public. They're two somewhat different because the argument and the positioning is very different. And so if we're saying that it's a service, then we have to identify the demand, that people are demanding this from the government and they want it. And then we can go and say, well, how do we make sure that demand is met? So which way, I guess, what is the recommendation? Is it that we're trying to say, hey, this is something the government's doing and it adds value, so not only is it meeting the mission of the federal government, it's actually providing an opportunity for innovation at low cost, or there is a demand for this and we need to do work.
I think it's the second, that data is collected for a purpose. The purpose is to give it back. You kind of make these agreements with the public in terms of collecting it. I think there's a demand that's there, as you can hear from Pop. So I would say I think it's the second, but you know, other people may have different.
We just have to make sure that it is included as a very clear demand.
Yeah.
Nick?
Just one point. I think it's a really important point to create a feedback loop that does kind of 2 things. One is to, you know, the efficacy of healthdata.gov itself. Also, potentially a feedback loop into the original data source owners to understand the usefulness and potential either adjustments or improvements into that data source. So I think this is a really important point to create that feedback mechanism. It doesn't have to be particularly complicated, but it lets you tie into, healthdata.gov can be better used this way and this way and this way. And, oh, by the way, this data source is really useful to me. Here's what might make it better or might make it different. So I think
so I completely agree, and this is certainly what New York and California have been doing. So New York had regular meetings with data owners where they said this is exactly what we've been doing. California actually has a regular working group every month. 25 people keep showing up for this thing. Do you think that should be something that's moved to number 4 as a bullet point?
Well, that's what I wasn't sure if it was trying to get to that or not, but I do think because
it was somewhere else, but maybe it could be moved in here, right?
Yeah. So again, I'm probably less about the actual data itself and more about can I get to what I need, and is what I need useful for me, and what would make it better that I can provide that feedback loop. So it may be slightly different than what you're addressing here, but that's my thought process.
Thank you. Quick one from Denise, and then we need to do 5
so we get... This is just my education. I would assume that each of the data owners are soliciting that feedback anyway, right?
No, but that's a bad assumption.
If you're a data owner, do you know that your data is being used?
I'm really shocked because having run a data system for, your users are always clamoring for more or more timely.
We usually see them at a meeting, and that's when we tell them things that we're upset about. And then,
so we're really hitting a more fundamental issue than
informal and anecdotal.
I will punch out here.
Informal and anecdotal. The idea is to make it.
Okay,
I'm done.
Okay, let's let Erica take this to start.
So the fifth one.
Yeah, good point, and that's sort of why this is in there. This is why the feedback loops were particularly helpful in New York and California. So then the fifth one, I guess, would now also be revised to be about sort of a little bit more governance as well. But it's making sure to implement data stewardship practices to keep the commitment to the public to protect health data security and confidentiality. So the idea behind this is just to make sure that it's sort of well known and understood, and that we keep this commitment to, we're not just posting data willy-nilly, we're actually making sure that it adheres to these important standards. So one of them, recommendations include assigning responsibility for data stewardship, designing processes for monitoring data recombination and the risk of the mosaic and other similar effects that would permit identification or stigmatization of individuals or small groups. So the idea that as more data are out there, as it's easier to combine things and mash them up, it's easier to potentially discover individuals. Designing processes to monitor downstream data transfers and use to avoid re-identification risks or violation of other principles of data stewardship.
Okay. In terms of these 5 recommendations, I just want to recap things that I heard. First, I think we need to separate out kind of the things that are general and really focus on, this is healthdata.gov, and that's what, you know, we're really focused on. Some of the other things we might give back to the committee for thoughts in terms of HHS data in general. So I think, you know, we'll try and do that. The other thing is, in terms of raising these recommendations up, I think we need to think more strategically in terms of exactly part of what you're saying is what's the goal here? Are we talking about this is yours and you're making it available, or because I think that's going to be important for the administration in terms of thinking about it. Are we talking about something that's a public service, that's a public good, and it has a lot of demand, and we need to be able to make sure that we're meeting that demand, and in meeting that demand that it, you know, does all these other things such as, you know, make health better, create jobs, et cetera. So I think I'd like to hear just in the few minutes we have left your thoughts about that, because I think that's an important direction and framing we need to consider. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the articulation of the public good is a very critical step, because we ultimately have to differentiate what is inherently a governmental responsibility or need that the marketplace isn't going to meet. So like connecting and serving HHS agencies better is something nobody else is going to do. It needs to be done. Somebody's got to do it, and there is a real need for that. Moving farther out into the communities and to this broad universe of users, you really have to stop and say, at what point does the commercial marketplace have an opportunity to serve this versus us, the government, becoming a business entity for this? Certainly, if you go forward for appropriations that would sustain a significant investment, Congress is going to ask that question. So we might as well ask it ourselves. So I think, back to what Bill said originally, is let's get the vision part of this separated from some more immediate action. I think a big piece of what we're talking about here is the potential restatement of a vision, but that next vision is going to have to be bought into by the current Congress and the new administration. I think if this is going to go to as broad as this is being described.
Well, and to not mislead, I think the suggesting a potential vision mission statement actually fits within the context of a recommendation, because that is related to healthdata.gov, and I think the draft you've got is very good. I think Dave's frame is another lens on how we narrow the best we can in on what's actionable with healthdata.gov now, and one lens to apply to that is the marketplace is not going to do it. And I think that your clarification that HHS healthdata.gov has has shown how powerful an internal HHS index would be, and and I think, and that's almost the knowledge bridge between healthdata.gov out here and the stuff back within HHS that we're going to save for our next round of work of the full committee at some juncture when our white space comes up. I think that's maybe a way to think about parsing it. We're really out of time. Let's let Helga have the last word.
I think that also just making sure that there is something that summarizes the process and the input. I mean, I think about all the people that actually have been involved in all the conversations with everybody and the outreach. Yeah, just as far as that this is not just something that just, you know, a few people in a room came up with, but that there was a process and very, very many people that represent many different organizations and perspectives were included.
I just want to thank Vicki, Jim, Erica, and the work group for adapting to our requests and, in essence, managing this as a mainstream committee activity. I hope the robustness of this engagement with the committee helps everybody understand how important it is to mainstream, because we could never have gotten this level of conversation any other way. And so I hope people feel really good about it. It was a big shift, and I think it's I just could not be more grateful for everyone making it happen.
Let me just say thank you in particular to Erica and Jim in terms of Jim's had, you know, kind of insights that we would have been kind of falling off in a hole without. So I really have appreciated his guidance, and for Erica's knowledge in this area, knowing who to go to talk to. So it's just been very helpful to us.
And sorry, I know it's your last word, but I just want to solicit any written comments or email comments. My email is emartin@albany.edu.
E-M-A-R-T. All the emails to the committee, so you just look at the CC line and she's
and if you have written comments, it's very helpful if you put on your full name and your email address. That way I can contact you just to kind of share back what I did and also make sure that I've captured your ideas correctly.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you. Great job.
And right now we're going to do DID.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, what we want to do now, each of us should have received by email in the wee hours of the morning the revision based on yesterday's comments, and we're going to let Linda walk us through a process in which we will see if we're comfortable with those edits and see if we're in a position to approve the letter.
We'll bring up the version of the EID letter. Thank you. Good morning, Rachel.
This is Maya, just so you guys know I'm on the line.
Hi, Maya. Well, first of all, I want to, again, thank Maya and Rachel for taking all of the discussion yesterday and going offline and working yesterday afternoon to get it all incorporated. As I looked at it last night, I changed 2 periods and 1 semicolon. So that's the quality of the work they did. They nailed what we were looking at. So, are we ready? So we're going to scroll. Thank you. So we added Honorable Thomas E. Price, MD, Secretary, and had no further changes to page 1. Page 2, we accepted that insertion in the first paragraph, under major findings. Remember yesterday we moved in that once de-identified PHI is transformed, so that insertion was accepted. Continuing to scroll, we'll include the highlights where you'll see what changes were made.
You can just pick the next button if you're reviewing, and it will go directly to the next page.
So Barbara had something
Under the
else
review
that-
tab.
Catch her email.
Did not?
Okay, so let me read Barbara's suggestion on 7. She says, at line 113 and again at line 544, it refers to redisclosure risk assessment. Just wanted to make sure that was what you intended as opposed to re-identification risk assessment.
Re-identification
I
risk
think
assessment.
it should be re-identification.
Correct, it should be.
She also has some other things, but I think you just look, I think they don't need to go, they're just.
They're editorial.
Yep.
All right, so we will most certainly accept her change in recommendation number 7 here and at the end, re-identification risk assessment. Correct. Recommendation 8, we changed that to
From patients to individuals with the understanding that covered entities also include health plans and clearinghouses. So when the notice of privacy practices is rendered, it's not only rendered to patients, but it's also rendered to beneficiaries of health plans, to their members.
Okay. Recommendation 9, we changed de-identification data holders to recipients of de-identified data sets. And 11, we softened that by stating
Can we just go back to 8 for just a sec?
Yeah.
There was the other change. We made the technical change that Rachel described, but also the language of 8 was changed to accommodate the committee's concern that about how we wanted to, what it was in the notice of privacy practices that you really wanted to do, which is to tell people that their information might be de-identified and redisclosed, not about the process of de-identification and so forth. So we captured that.
Okay.
I think that's correct. That's what we talked about yesterday.
Right. 11, we softened that to include investigate the feasibility of requiring covered entities and business associates to track disclosures. And we removed the investigation with regard to EHR technology. There were a couple of changes to the narrative. This is, you added this. You want to describe that?
We did. So, Maya, we're now on line 164, the nod to NIST, that they're only one of the only efforts in town with respect to de-identification is the HIPAA privacy rule, and just acknowledging that many different types of organizations look to the HIPAA privacy rule, the identification standard in the absence of their own specific standard for which they have a business need. Right, this was responding to Bruce's comment that we talk about states and so forth, and we said that we would put in something general here, excuse me, to explain that we recognize that other kinds of entities that are not covered use these standards as well because there isn't enough else.
Thanks, that's wonderful.
Great.
Also, I dropped a footnote there, which about showing that that NIST had started doing this in 2016.
Yeah. We removed that straggling sentence about the OCR data and complaints, no complaints.
And they're on 423.
All right, this is the header sentence that makes sense of that list of issues contained in that paragraph. So there are multiple significant risks that the DID standard does not address, for example, first. We might want to spell out de-identification, but that's editorial. We'll do that in the final.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. So first, second, third. Okay?
That was much improved.
And these are just numeric changes in reference to standards and leverage, yeah.
That's a word that arose during the conversation. I liked it better.
Yeah, I liked it better too. Okay, here's the competency guide. Would be a resource to define for both covered entities and de-identification practitioners the capabilities, proficiencies, and aptitudes that practitioners should have in order to properly apply de-identification methods to PHI. So I think that, and then that final sentence there, further, a written competency guide would be a first step in defining competencies necessary.
Change that 2 to a 4.
Which one?
Necessary for
any voluntary certification program.
In line 506, Maya.
I see it.
End of line 506.
I have it. Oh, 506. Well, it might be 506 over there. Yeah, okay. As we make changes, the line number changes slightly.
And I think that's it. Is it not?
No, on 544, recommendation.
Oh.
Make sure the recommendation 7
I
suggested.
fixed that, yeah.
The change to recommendation number 7, the re-identification.
Right, the others are just, yeah.
In line
mirror.
549.
Yeah, they just mirror what we did above.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I think there's a slight change in line in the discussion after recommendation 8.
Yeah.
Use the word transparency.
We're going to scroll to that next.
Oh, okay. That's,
Maya, just make sure that Barbara's edit on 549 gets implemented there too.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
And this, in recommendation 8, just harmonizes the removal of patient and bringing it to individual with respect to the notice of privacy practices.
Okay, keep going. There we made that conforming change in the description.
And then rather than educate, we changed that language to create greater transparency for individuals.
Right.
Recipients, we looked at that earlier. And the final, under the narrative on 11, under the 2013 omnibus rule. So that makes clear that accounting for disclosures guidance is outdated, but being more specific on that.
Yeah, and also specifying that we meant the omnibus rule when we said, recent changes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. much better.
So people will know where to look for that, yeah. And just tag recommendation 8 there. You know what we're talking about?
Okay, keep scrolling. I think we've looked at that.
Almost there.
We talked about that. And that's it. Sincerely, William W. Smith.
Warm regards.
Warm regards.
I see lots of shaking heads. Nodding heads. Do we have a motion to approve the letter?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? That is awesome work. Okay, we're going to start back on the report to Congress. Let's pause as we're shifting to that and ask if anybody has joined us on the phone that has not announced themselves. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we were, I believe that we had completed the discussion of the pop health section in themes in section 3, and that therefore we're ready to go to work our way through data access and use, and then the section on next steps. Is that correct, or do we have additional work to do in? That's what I'm just trying to. I know Bruce had said he thought we were done, and
Bill, I had offered some additional language in the pop health section. Is that
you sent electronic?
Sent electronic. Was that good?
Yeah.
Yes.
What you're looking at up here, and I've just put it in double space, and I'm going to see if I can add line numbers, is people's inserts, which have just been dropped in, not without, we haven't edited it yet, but, and then also with notes about new contributions that are still coming. So.
Well, I think just from a process point of view, that what I would like to do is pick up where we were, get to the end, and then if we have time, we can come back and go through where you are in dropping stuff in. But I don't want to loop back until we've made one pass all the way through.
Yeah. Sure. So on page 14 yesterday, we ended one of our final discussions.
No, in the e-agenda book.
Oh, in the e-agenda.
Yeah, 35.
Page 35.
Okay. We changed theme 1, and we have that. So that is where my notes end in terms of. Now,
Okay.
Bob, you did email us some minor insertions into, was it number 3?
In 2 and in 4.
2 and
2 and 4
4.
was what we had mentioned.
Okay.
Okay, so then, for process points, and just, did anybody have anything else they wanted to put on the table related to Pop Health Theme 2? Okay, Pop Health Theme 3. Vicki?
The only thing I struggled with is the title. I know what we're trying to do, but it says a collaborative approach to health data collection and dissemination across sectors can maximize improvement. I'm not sure I understand exactly a collaborative approach to health data collection. You're really talking linkages more so than we don't collaborate on health data collection unless you really want something very radical, which is that Ian Haynes is collecting data and part of its data goes to the Department of Justice or something. So it's just the title.
Would integrated be better, an integrated approach? The idea is that there are data collections throughout the data streams, as opposed, we're not...
Could I argue why collaborative? I'm seeing a piece of this in my own work closely with CDC, that by collaborating within the agency, they have now been able to put to rest several data collection systems because they have helped one another recognize that if they did one particular effort very well, they would totally take care of 3 or 4 other groups' needs as well, and therefore they can eliminate several other vertical systems they were doing. You can collaborate. It is difficult, I admit. And if we start talking about collaboration at the breadth we're talking about here, it's not easy. But it could have a lot of power.
But then I don't think that's what this is talking about. That's why I'm confused, because when you go in and read it, you know, they talk, it's like they're working on integrated schema for data on health and its determinants to, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then up here it talks about a collaborative approach to health data collection and dissemination. So it's one of them just doesn't match, and I don't know which.
So, Vicki, if it's the word that bothers you, would something like integrated or comprehensive rather than collaborative?
How about coordinated?
There we go.
Okay.
And honestly, to me, number 3 is the lead-in to number 4. I mean, number 3 is what led to number 4 in some manner.
Okay.
So I don't know whether that's helpful in thinking about, I don't know.
No, I'm good with coordination. And then the stuff that's in here, you get a better sense of it at being multi-sectorial and short of using the word also linkages.
So one thing we may need to do is we may need to make an explicit statement at the end of the last sentence in theme 3 that then says 4 is that consensus set.
That's really, to me, 3 is the lead-in. It's like, and here's number 4.
Well, it's a very interesting. So one question would be: would we simplify without losing anything if we made number 4 the theme, and if we took the paragraph under 3 and made it a first paragraph in 4?
There we go.
Does that?
Yep.
Does that help?
Mm.
Bruce and Bob, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah.
You got it, Susan?
Delete the title in number 3 and move the title of 4 to where 3 is.
Okay.
And put the text under 3 as the first. Well, you know what?
Yeah. That would take care of it.
That simplifies it.
Great.
And just one quick thing, you may want to replace the word verified. Verified seems kind of like an interesting word to use there. It might just be confirmed or reinforce the need of, just confirmed, how friendly. What would the word be? Confirmed? Could be confirmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't really want, let's keep trucking. Then that means we've actually done Pop Health. So let's move to data access and use. Rashida.
So I have a general comment, and I shared this with Bill yesterday. In reading the report, it seems as though the first, half of the report is really, I could see the connections to HIPAA very clearly. And since this is the report to Congress on the implementation of administrative simplification provisions of HIPAA, I could see that. And in the background, an introduction, the last 2 paragraphs, 2.5 paragraphs, talk about how we also make that linkage to the POP and community health and the other portions. But I would suggest for the committee to consider if there's a way in the overview that you make that connection again for the reader as you're going into the Pop Health section and moving forward, because it reads as two different reports, and then like at the end it brings it back. The connections are there, but for the reader, that might be something for you to consider.
I think that's a really good suggestion, because in essence, this is part of the context in which the HIPAA implementation is taking place. And as we have converged, we have to think about the implementation of HIPAA within this broader lens to be successful with it, and that actually is how we make the connection, also the connection to beyond HIPAA, where we're talking about the multiple levers. So we'll need to figure out how to capture that in the overview. I think it's a really good point, Rashida.
And that would be
in
the overview of the Pop Health.
Right.
And in the overview, I think, of data access.
Yes. Right.
Just to add another sentence there in the overview to remind people how this fits in the HIPAA. Great suggestion. Thanks.
Okay. Data access and use. So we'll again want to figure out how to make that tie in. Other comments on the overview? Okay. Then theme 1. People good with theme 1? Theme 2.
Given the discussion we had earlier, we might want to also refer to some longer-term forthcoming work or focus.
I was just going to ask the question in terms of timing, when this is going to go in and how far along the healthdata.gov report will be and what we should or shouldn't put in, or is this what we've already done?
Because this is as of the end of 2016.
Oh, I forgot.
I did wonder another timing question, though, Vicki, related to that. We use the verb "are forthcoming" in number 2, but in fact, I think they'll be coming out at the same time because they're both presumably going to be approved in the April call. So, do we want another verb here?
Well, what I would like us to try to, we have this challenge both with this and with the DID report and to a degree with the Pop Health workshop report. All things that are relatively done but will technically come out in 2017. And so we will, in fact, they will be the starting point of the what may be the of the 13th report whenever we like to do it. And so we've tried to have the bridge. And so I think we can, in fact, if there are things we think are important to say, we can say, because to the degree we already know them. But I don't want it, but I thought we've tried to walk that line pretty well. But those are the 3 places it applies.
And you're right, forthcoming is not right.
It's only the word right there,
yeah.
Bill.
We'll figure it out.
We referenced in early 2017.
Right.
With regard to DID.
Yeah.
You could say in the first half of 2017 or whatever.
Yeah, I guess that's a small editorial change.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
At the end, we say NCBHS expects to actually reference on this topic, and we can say on healthdata.gov in 2017.
Are you also asking, like, any of the recommendations that we think are high level that we want to mention here? Are we? or are we going to say something like, the work group has, brought issues up about HHS data in general that will be pursued? I'm just trying to I'm trying to walk the line to see what we can give you in here, and I'm not.
I actually think it's short and sweet. The only question I have is, given the conversation we had this morning, is do we want to add about in 2017 and maybe 2018? I don't know how far in advance we want to talk, really.
But we just don't know, because we haven't yet. We've made a note. Okay, there's a bucket of more work that we should put in our work plan someplace. We don't yet know where it's going to land, and so that would be risky. I think we need to keep this around. I think the work group has identified opportunities for further enhancing Health Data Gov on a successful implementation early use. We expect to issue recommendations on the topic early in 2019.
I mean, my only question is, should we pull some of the detail from Erica's introduction into here, just because this is really broad and generic, and to the point that the input we got from ONC, maybe we could just add a couple sentences.
I think it's more important to tie this to the HIPAA report than to add more. And I think not only do we need to do that kind of in the header, but we need to reinforce that a little bit in what we.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing.
Suggestions?
I might actually take the second one and expound a little bit on the on the actual bullet there to figure out how to tie in those. So let's say further recommendations to do what? That might help you tie it in a little bit as well.
Good.
But the effectiveness and efficiency and use both internally at HHS and for external users of healthdata.gov.
Just focus it a little bit and actually helps make the tie into the broader.
With proper governance and stewardship.
Can someone tell me, with using line numbers, where we are exactly? I'm
so
sorry.
We're at number 2, further recommendations on healthdata.gov are forthcoming.
Yeah.
And so what Nick is really helping us do is see we need to say to accomplish what. Further recommendations about what, to do what. And Linda, you said something about, well, what I heard was to make it more effective and with proper governance.
For use within HHS as well as externally.
Say it again.
Are we being recorded?
For internal HHS, to make more efficient and effective internal use at HHS and for external users, and then add something about stewardship and relate that to HIPAA.
So this isn't for the title, this is
No, that'll be in a sentence. That'll be a sentence and 2 in the text, not in the topic.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think the stewardship piece will be another nice way to tie it back into HIPAA.
Yes.
Okay, do we think we've captured what we need to get it here? I know we haven't captured in language, but okay. Then let's move to next steps. Does the overview paragraph in some way need additional tie-in to HIPAA, or are we good when we in this part?
It struck me when I was reviewing this that we may want to say something to the effect of, through our deliberations, during the time period that we're reporting on, we got a lot of input about what the industry wanted related to advancing HIPAA. Garnering further efficiency.
Do we need to, do we want to say anything specific about the current implementation timeline associated with HIPAA changes? 2 years post notice of final rule.
I mean, for ICD-10, you're talking about
Well,
5010, all of it, I mean, because
you know, we grapple with a lengthy built-in timeline for revisions at a dynamic time, and yet, you know, nobody's suggesting that it can necessarily be shortened, but it can be clarified. It can be laid out in a way that the industry is
But that's what
aware
you're
of
trying to do in the predictability
Right.
roadmap, I believe,
Right.
not in the overview.
No. Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm just,
I was there.
No, it's okay, I mean,
Okay.
but, so were your comments, Alex, related to predictability roadmap? Or
no, it was in the overview, although I put my card up because I do have a comment on the roadmap part.
Okay, let's try to know where we are. Anyone who has cards that are up related to the overview. Rich.
I like Linda's thought, and so I'd suggest that we put a clause before the first sentence that says, based on lessons learned from several migrations or updates, including 5010, ICD-10.
Oh, in the
Just an introductory clause before that first, is the first part of that first sentence.
Okay.
I was going to suggest something similar, but I don't have the wording, that we need to say why we're doing each of these, not, you know, separately, but it's almost like we have to give authority as to why we're doing this and relate that authority back to our charge in some way. Otherwise, it just seems like we're just on a path.
I think sorry to interrupt, but if you take, instead of saying, you know, significant areas of priority, I'd say areas of opportunity, and then specify what those opportunities would be,
Yeah.
then that ties into the action.
That's great.
Things that'll be
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That gets you,
That
that gets you
Okay.
into the outcome-based model.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, you got that thought, Susan?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Rich, did you have a specific place, or I guess I can figure out where to put your clause about based on lessons?
Specifically,
Right at
I
the
was
front.
saying beginning of line 529,
Right at the very beginning.
Yeah.
very beginning, and do the insert that I talked about, put a comma, and then keep the rest of it there.
Alex?
In regards to the predictability and burden on the healthcare industry, and we will be having an extensive discussion about this roadmap in a little while, but I'm wondering in the list in the second paragraph, so I'm down like line 546-ish or after, it struck me that WEDI is also an advisor, and I'm thinking maybe we should need to mention them because they're specifically cited as an advisor on HIPAA, and they have a role in a variety of aspects. So I wanted to include them because I think that they would be part of the organizations in the first sentence, starting 546 and ending on 548. So I would insert them in that place if people agree that they should be noted.
Fine. Got that, Susan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Other comments around the predictability roadmap?
I have one question, not on the document. Of the members that are here, who participated in the June 2016 discussion on the roadmap? It'll help me gauge the background level I need to get into. Hi, everybody. That is helpful. Thank you.
Linda, would you still advocate for an addition to the?
I would.
Okay.
And I'm trying to figure out how to word it. I think it's not.
Is it best for you to maybe email some wording?
I would just make the point that we've gotten very used to using predictability roadmap, but I don't think somebody coming into it cold is going to quite get that concept. So I think we may need to define it a little bit more.
Could you, so Linda will
I
try.
would propose
She'll
that
step back.
we
Linda,
punt on that topic until the 11 o'clock discussion, because the document we're going to review may give us exactly what you're looking for.
then let's move to Beyond HIPAA. Helga and then Rick.
I didn't know if you wanted to just add in the listing of items that kind of fall into that, the whole question of, that we had talked about earlier, which was around individuals being able to see who used their de-identified information.
For the accounting?
Yeah.
Add. Olga, sorry, could you say that again? Could you?
Oh, it's the key of tracking use of de-identified information, for patients. What could this be listed?
Something happened to my notes button here. It's a different version of Word than I'm used to.
Go to the review tab.
Review,
Oh,
to the left of view.
thank you.
So you're suggesting that, Helga, we want to modify this?
No, not the title. No,
Oh,
it's just, I'm just saying there's a list of things that fall under the, beyond HIPAA. And I consider this beyond HIPAA, so and the question is it too specific as an example? But given that we probably want to follow up on it, that's still in the.
I think I probably would raise it up a level and refer there to, ensuring appropriate transparency.
Yeah, that's
Rather
yeah, I
than
like
get into
that,
the mechanism.
transparency.
Okay. Will you do that then? Okay. The next generation vitals. Oopsie,
No,
wait.
wait, I have
Rich. I'm sorry.
So I have one. Yeah. I just wanted to ask. It says, to name a few, these new drivers include big data and analytics, blah, blah, blah. Shouldn't we also include technology? Yeah. Technology, big data. We worry a lot about.
I always think of analytics as technology.
Oh, it's like they're developing all kind of wireless, and there's transmission of data. There's, technology is developing lots of things that we're worried about in terms of HIPAA. So is it a friendly amendment to add the word technology in front of big data, technology, comma?
Well, and to that end, ONC sent us comments, which we haven't incorporated, about APIs and mobile devices and health IT.
That's the stuff I see.
Exactly aligned.
That's one thing.
Okay, so they have,
They sent us that comment, but we haven't incorporated it, so I'm just echoing through ONC. That someone else saw that same.
Right. No, I think that's, and we've talked about that before.
I think APIs are significant.
I agree. I think we need a hearing.
Okay, so we'll add. Rich.
I think the opening sentence does a good job of describing what the providers and the health plans looked like in terms of paper pushing at the time of HIPAA, but we don't have anything in there about what the technology was. So I suggest we add toward the end of, that would be line 555, right where your cursor is, two sentences. First would be, pre-HIPAA electronic data processing was largely mainframe-based storage, storage was expensive, and telecommunication was tape-to-tape, period. Internet, interoperability, and standards were all non-existent, period.
That's good. That's good, and that'll tie in to the technology.
Would you send
Okay.
that, please, Rich?
Sorry?
Would you send that to me, please?
If I can read my writing, I'll be happy.
Okay. Then are we ready for next generation vitals? Dave?
So Helga and I had a vigorous sidebar yesterday about the second sentence.
Yeah.
I think we would all agree the statement, the vital statistics system is a national asset is right. How we word a key component of identity protection, not certain. But on the last part of that, maybe, and informs aspects of national security, something like that. It isn't per se, it was never established per se to be a national security information system. And we run the risk of looting something that it isn't.
So as part of the aspect that needs to be incorporated is that it's taken on new roles and wants to be leveraged.
The information derived from vital statistics is broad. Now, it gets us into some slippery territory, so my colleague Helga needs to say a few words.
Yeah, because I can't help myself. Yeah, so I think even the overall kind of title and also some of the sentences that follow it, you know, next generation vital statistics. I mean, I think in theory I thought we were going to be having hearings to actually assess, you know, the current state of vital statistics, you know, the challenges, you know, if there are issues. And I think we can probably predict that it might lead to next generation vital statistics. But I think that we haven't had the hearing yet. So again, you know, we can call it vital statistics, but next generation implies that we already think it.
So on that, does NCHS actually have an initiative funded underway, Next Gen? Right?
I don't see an issue.
Okay.
I really don't. I mean, it's kind of like saying it's a problem to say the sky's blue. I mean, we all know the sky's blue.
Okay, then that's fine. I'm just trying to be agnostic here.
I know, and that is much appreciated, but I don't see that as an issue in this particular case.
Then the other is going back to the component of identity protection and our national security. Again, we recommend our charter is for HHS, and you know, if we want to have hearings that include, you know, the other various departments and agencies that are not part of HHS to discuss that, that's one thing, but then that's different than saying that, I guess I have just concerns about how it's positioned. And perhaps, again, going back to the end as far as, and it's used by other agencies, such as Social Security and others, to do whatever they have to do is fine, but I'm just a little bit concerned about, you know, about some of the wording, and I can actually provide some recommended changes instead of having a, you know, continued dialogue about just the concerns of positioning and how it might be interpreted.
Well, Dave, you suggested some wording that I think we ought to look at, which is that it isn't per se to be a national security information system, but the information from it.
Here's the challenge. It informs, these data inform a whole host of other agencies' responsibilities and activities.
Yep.
And Helga's just drawing the question about, well, so where is our authority?
Let me try to answer that. So I think a missing word is establishment. It's identity establishment, because that's what a birth certificate does, and that's what a death certificate does. So, and those are within the purview of health systems. You know, recordation of birth and death initially was a state responsibility, actually a parish and village responsibility, and church responsibility. You know, the evolution of the system to a cooperative health statistics system is a health and human service activity. So the establishment of identity using the vital statistics system is the key. Protection of that system is sort of an important aspect.
Protection of the system, but not the identity.
Yeah, because again, it goes back to I still have to use my birth certificate when I get an ID. It's not electronic, and so again, going back to its focus as it relates to HHS and health. I guess I'm just,
Let's parse, let me try to, so one, NCVHS's charge is to advise the Secretary, but it also includes convening other stakeholders, and it includes, providing advice to others. I mean, our primary focus, we prioritize our work around advising the Secretary, but our charge from a point of view of convening and advice is actually much broader. So I don't think so I decouple the legalities of what we're supposed to do, the charter, from the positioning in this statement that best makes the point we're trying to make. So I think you're right. We can position the statement better. I'd figure out what that is. I don't think our charter's.
No, and I think again it's up to this committee to decide the scope and the tone and the focus of the meeting. I think though if you expand the scope, you will have to make sure that the testimony that you obtain from different perspectives broadens. So I'm really having a conversation about scope and focus.
Okay. Then let me give you one more maybe enabler. This is the report to Congress. We will have the discussion in a bit around vitals. And we're going to, in that discussion, need to be clear on the scope of the hearing and that we got the right people there. I think most of us believe this hearing to be the start of a journey, and that there are likely to be more steps. There are possibly going to be more steps before the next report to Congress. We don't know. We'll be informed by the hearing. So this can be at a higher level than the hearing, but so it needs to be directionally correct with where we think we're going. But it doesn't have to exactly. It needs to be consistent, but not tied to the hearing. If that helps figure out how to word it. I mean, I'm just trying to I'm good with I think where you're trying to go. Vicki?
Exactly. I think the distinction between the hearing stuff and making sure that it's an open hearing for what you're saying and what we're saying to Congress. One of the things I think that maybe would help this, since it is going to Congress and Congress doesn't quite understand exactly how, birth and death, statistics are used, that maybe instead of just centering on this issue of identity protection and national security, can you just broaden it and add some other functions? Bruce, are you so, I can't, okay. And that would then, I think, help, because I get your sense of it seems like we're just doing it for security issues, but I think what might be helpful is to say why we need to overhaul this, and that it has many uses, and if we could give some of the others as well, I think it would be more balanced.
I think the other thing is you need to spell out what vital statistics is, because I don't know that people would know it's birth and death records. Being kind of...
Yeah, see, that's what I think is that it just a little more here would help in terms of explaining what vital statistics are, how they're helpful to the country, and then, this is the rest.
I think there's pretty good consensus about how to handle this, because I think there's real synergy between what the two of, really all three of you are saying, in that if we say it's a national asset, it's a key component of establishing identity, and the information derived from it is used for many purposes, including national security, blah 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 blah. Right. I think that gets at that heart, and if we get the
right.
Well, I think,
which rationalizes why we've really got to take a time out and think about how do we modernize this.
Okay, team.
And there was Bruce's thing. One last thing, Susan, informs a whole host of executive agency activities.
Where did you suggest putting that?
We can do that.
We can do that offline. Okay, team. We're about 7 minutes behind. Could I advocate that we come back at 5 after by my watch, which would be in 7 minutes? That'd give us 12 minutes.
Okay.
Let's come back, or 11 minutes. Let's come back at 5 after by our telephone's time. Maybe someday we'll reset that clock as part of improving HHS's data capability.
Exactly.
I had to go out.
Colleagues? We need to get underway. So I will introduce Alex and Lorraine to walk us through Predictability Roadmap.
Good morning, everyone. People running to the door. Which just ran out. Okay. We're going to go ahead and be talking about the Predictability Roadmap. In advance of this meeting, you received a document about the roadmap and this draft discussion document dated February 12th. It is reflective of conversations that were started a couple of years ago, and we really vetted as a committee in June of last year. We're very excited to have Lorraine joining us, especially considering her extensive background in understanding the players and HIPAA and the framework and some of the challenges we've had over the years. What we'd like to do today is provide you with some context of the players in the HIPAA industry to help have a more fruitful conversation where we'll present to you the idea of what a roadmap is about and more especially what it's not about. We want to have a very specific scope on this, and we'll talk about our anticipated timeline so you can follow along in the Word document that was provided. So the roadmap, just to kind of set some 50,000-foot perspective, is we need certainty. We need businesses to be able to schedule and anticipate what's coming down the pike, whether it is in standards development or operating rule development, whether it is commenting on the proposed draft, being ready for commenting on the idea of adoption and promulgation, and then the implementation effort to garner efficiency and the goals of administrative simplification. We would be better off if we had a better, more predictable timeline and approach to all of this. That's ultimately the goal, but before we get into talking about how we're going to accomplish more predictability, Lorraine is going to give us the alphabet soup and some context to help us in the discussion.
All right. Good morning, everybody. It is always good to have a common vocabulary. You all have been in this world for probably as long as I have. We were kind of trading war stories yesterday about our history in this, and none of us will admit how long any of us have been doing it, but we all have familiar faces for it. So I am going to try and tame the Tower of Babel, and it will be familiar, but that's okay, because then we'll make sure that we have the same terminology. And actually, I realize some of the names that I use might be some of my own, but my kids always said that I made up words anyway, so that's okay. We'll have the same one. This is from a presentation, actually, that what the first word that you'll get familiar with, and Denise Benning actually knows this, but what I call the Mother Dismo, because it's all capital letters, and that is from the Designated Standards Maintenance Organization, which was created in regulation and is the founding group of standards development organizations that are responsible for coming to NCBHS every year to give a report on the change requests that they receive. So what I call the Mother Dismo, because it's capital letters, and moms are always about capital letters, because when they yell at you, it always sounds like capital letters. So they are responsible for receiving change requests. So this is the process of how changes come in and then ultimately come to NCVHS for recommendations. And what you'll see at the bottom, though, is for operating rules, which is this box at the bottom of the slide, is separate and apart from the DSMO process. So I'm just going to start at the far for you. So at the far left or right for you guys. But if the industry finds that they need a change to a standard or a code set, not an identifier, but presumably it was supposed to work, that they can either make that request of the individual standards development organizations, or they can make it to the mother DSMO, and that request would go into that entity. There's actually a DSMO website, and it's HIPAA-DSMO.org. You can go to that website and submit your change requests, and they get assessed by the group of SDOs. So you can go through the SDO process, you can go through a code set process, but separate and apart from the mother, you can also go through an operating rule process. The DSMO would review it and make recommendations, and in the original MOU, which was, again, done by regulation, and HHS is party to that Memorandum of Understanding, once upon a time there was actually going to be a cost-benefit review of whether those change requests were going to be good for industry or not. That actually never got implemented. This was at the very, very beginning, back in 2000, in part because there wasn't funding provided for it. The one big cost-benefit analysis that was conducted, and HHS did pay for that, was when we implemented 5010, and we paid Gartner to do an analysis, and it was an official cost-benefit analysis. It really did look at what the improvements could be when we implemented that. So there is an official study that was done for all the transactions, and that is posted on our website, so you actually can look at that. But the DSMO will come forward to NCVHS, as they do each year, and they'll make recommendations. And then HHS uses that data, as we did with Gartner, and uses that to make recommendations. What the operating rule entity, they don't go through the DSMO. They're not part of the Memorandum of Understanding, but of course they do come through NCVHS, and that's CAQH Core. And then WEDI, as Alex has said, is also advisory, and they'll come through also.
Great introduction. I just want to clarify that the DSMO is made up of, she said SDO term, but it's, right, but what I wanted to do is we tend to have a slang when we talk about SDO. Some of us think very specifically like NCPDP or HL7, but data content committees are also sort of in that larger bucket of SDOs. So if you think about the National Uniform Billing or Claims Committee, so it's kind of the double dip.
And actually the next 2 pages, just to give all the abbreviations. So the Standards Development Organizations are X12, HL7, NCPDP, NACHA, which is responsible for the Electronic Funds Transfer Standard, is not part of the DSMO either. So even though we adopted their standard for electronic funds transfer, they didn't become part of the DSMO. So that's an interesting. They never got incorporated. The Dental Content Committee, because of the dental codes, and then, as Alex was just saying, the National Uniform Billing Committee for the institutional claims, and then the National Uniform Claim Committee for professional claims. So those are the code set maintainers, because we adopted those codes. And then just as you'll hear about this, and it does have a lot to do with the predictability roadmap, and what is a hurdle for HHS is something called the Administrative Procedures Act, and those of you in government know that fairly well. That has requirements for us, for HHS, because when we publish regulations, it means due diligence, that we must give the industry the opportunity to comment on anything that we adopt, and we have to give ample time to industry to comment on any proposal, and that includes proposal to adopt standards and code sets and identifiers. And that means either interim rule or proposed rule. That's part of what takes the time. So that's what we have to look at, is what kinds of opportunities we have under the Administrative Procedures Act that will afford us a way to expedite any rulemaking processes. And there are some that other agencies have used to do that more expeditiously. So those are the words that you're going to hear. Oh, I guess I'll go back. So just so everybody has the same language, and it'll make this next part easier.
Okay, before we switch over to the other Word document, is everybody comfortable with sort of industry has requests, there's a set of processes that are adopted to help manage that is executed before it all gets to us, and who the players are. Any questions on that? Okay. Hopefully you all have this document available. Put out the document purpose. I think that's really where we want to talk about. So in June of last year, we had some conversation around what was it that we wanted to do in this big concept of a roadmap. And we decided that through some lengthy discussion that we didn't want the kitchen sink in it. We wanted to be very narrow to tackle what we thought was feasible and what would have a great amount of impact, and that would maybe also lend itself towards subsequent consideration efforts on roadmaps that we may want to pursue as NCVHS. So we narrowed our thinking down to really standards in the sense of X12, NCPDP, and operating rule standards that are adopted currently under HIPAA. So there has been a tremendous amount of work on this topic. When I sat literally a long time ago on this side of the table in 2003 to 2006, I worked in my role in X12 along with NCPDP and HL7, and subsequently also engaged the DISMA partners in trying to figure out what did we learn from implementing 4010, the first HIPAA version of X12, and also the NCPDP standards, and how could we make this all better for ourselves. That work has been brought forward again in 2009, and there's been some other work that's been done by HHS to try to figure out where we might be able to go in improving some of the processes around Administrative Procedures Act to get more predictability. So we need to make sure that we're current in understanding what's happening today in both the SDOs and the operating rule authoring entity, CAQH Corp. We need to understand the current state of the regulations. We need to understand what's been done before in trying to advance the improvements. And we need to figure out where we play in the NCVHS role in all of this. And then we need to create those recommendations and then pursue them. So the document is designed to help us get at those objectives. Is everybody comfortable with why we need a roadmap? Any questions on that? Yes, Linda?
I think this is outstanding, and I like the way you've really defined it clearly. I was going to suggest one small change in the summary, and you were right earlier saying that we have the words here that we need for the other documents. Can we consider adding degree of certainty in the timing and sequencing of the adoption? Because I think the sequencing is as important as timing.
So when you say sequencing, you're talking about,
order.
Do we want to do the Big Bang Theory and adopt all the things at once, or maybe you want to think like an 837?
What order must that adoption occur in?
Order in which that adoption?
To come between, we need to adopt 5010 before ICD-10. That was a classic example of where we were kind of backwards.
So the interplay of standards and code sets and or transactions and code sets and how those work together.
Timing and sequence. timing and sequence.
It's really that interdependency, okay?
Right. Is that what you mean?
Well, and if I understand what you're saying, it's also important from a sequencing perspective because many of these are on different paths, parallel paths, and changing one without changing the other could create a sequencing problem. So that's what you're talking about?
And a lot of the problems we've had have been sequencing problems rather than when it's adopted, but in what sequence.
And even, you know, from an IT infrastructure perspective, some things just make more sense to do first, even, you know, even though from a regulatory thing you wouldn't notice that. So more from a mitigating cost and risk.
A good thing we have the MBI code value within a transaction, or else the SSNRI would be in a deferred. Okay. Yes, Bob. Thank you.
Wow, I'm really ignorant here. This is like a 101 class for me. This is really helpful. How does certification of EHRs and meaningful use fit into this?
Not yet.
It does not.
But
why should
it should.
Okay.
And that's part of the issue. And so you'll, in the document, if you scroll down in it, you'll see that ONC is included in there for that very specific reason, because when you think about some of the conversations we've had, Bob, around convergence of administrative, financial, and clinical standards, this is a great place to start crafting those, especially when you think about the flexibility that ONC has had with their advisories, standards advisories, and being able to move their regulations and standards and certification much faster. That's a lessons learned that we definitely want to look at. And I think that we don't want to be short-sighted about just how to fix what's broken in HIPAA adoption. We want to think about where that convergence needs to go for the whole industry, when you've got the data, when you've got different standards and how they fit, and I mean general standards in that sense, how they fit together and how we are really responsive to the industry needs. And I think that this is a portion of the larger conversation, the beyond HIPAA and the vocabulary conversation, and even that CIO roundtable conversation that's on our strategic roadmap work plan list, all fit into that larger conversation that you just opened the door on.
Can I add something? Sure. If I may, also with respect to, I think, in terms of meaningful use and the quality payment models and alternative payment models and the quality data and all these, that's coming from that information rather than using claims data. If it's coming from the electronic health records, then you're going to have a much better tool for any of those payment models. And if we're getting away from fee-for-service payments, then again, the data should be coming from there, not from claims data. So there's that convergence. Should be, that marriage should be happening, and not from an EDI transaction.
Any other questions before we continue? So going to go down to the document purpose, I was just sort of already got into, which is to, for all of these. Okay, so now I'm going to scroll down to the end goal. So ultimately, what we want to do is develop a roadmap, a set of recommendations, philosophy, or an approach for more efficient development, adoption, and implementation of standards and operating rules. So that means that we really need to take a look at the existing processes and figure out where there are synergies for maintenance and changes to both standards, transactions, and operating rules. We want to look at the operating rule processes and naming conventions to determine where there are further opportunities there. We want to request that HHS evaluate best case opportunities for adoption efficiencies, evaluate other mandates such as certification of EHRs, et cetera, a meaningful use, and the convergence aspect. So, Bob, great question, because you pulled all of that together for us so far. Not seeing any questions. I'm going to skip the detailed fodder in the middle.
Alex?
Yes.
Is this roadmap limited to the administrative?
Simplification?
Well, I mean, to the administrative standards. And we've talked about the fact that we need to figure out how to align administrative and clinical. My sense is this is around the administrative.
It is exclusively around administrative.
And we should then declare, I think we should call that out. And so it's very clear, we're going to try to get a predictability roadmap around administrative. And then, and with that locked in, we're going to come back and work with ONC and others to figure out how to get alignment across.
Yeah. I feel like there's two parts to that. First of all, it's administrative and financial standards and operating rules, but we can't do a deep dive on that effectively if we don't bring in those clinical partners who've had more flexibility in their lessons learned. But you're right, it's not about trying to get to convergence.
So I'm just try to clarify that we need those other partners at the table as we figure out how to get the predictability roadmap around administrative and financial. But we're explicitly listing as out of scope alignment of clinical and administrative.
And we have a section on alignment, out of scope, so alignment.
And by administrative, we specifically mean transaction code sets.
I'm not so
Code sets is a kind of an interesting dynamic. Sorry, Rich. The code sets, you can talk about external code sets, the ones that are adopted in and of themselves by the federal government in regulation, or you could be talking about code sets that are internal or used within a transaction.
You said HIPAA. So are we setting, is this the administrative only? I mean, I think even within HIPAA.
Like ICD-10.
Yeah. Or do we leave that for our...
I think that we decided not to pull in...
vocabulary.
Yes, I agree with you, Linda. It was determined last June through conversations that we had to be careful about what we could actually accomplish, and so those things that are adopted as code sets under HIPAA promulgated regulations, I would consider out of scope for this initial round, but our lessons learned in process may benefit that.
Right, so we'll add them to the explicit out of scope list.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Rich?
I'm just concerned that it may not be possible to use terms like exclusive and something may be out of scope or it may not be out of scope. It may be out of our jurisdiction, out of our control. But if, say with ONC, with meaningful use, there's a CMS component that's regulatory, an ONC component, and yet as we converge, we mentioned the ISA, the Interoperability Standards Advisory from ONC, there's code sets that are HIPAA code sets, which is in our purview, but there's other things that aren't HIPAA code sets that could be done that could impact what has to be done by industry. So I'm thinking to write a line around what's exclusive, what's out of scope, may be hard to peg down, and some of those answers we won't really understand or know until we get farther in the process. I'm fine with drawing scope around it, but as long as it's pencil.
Well, and let me be clear. I tend to always want to work down from a whole system perspective. And what I think we need to do here is to tightly demarcate this first round of work to generate a first ever predictability roadmap that in fact crosses certain dependencies. And we only will get that done if we really narrow the scope. So I'm not concerned about our jurisdiction. I think our jurisdiction actually can be pretty broad. And I think if we can make this first effort and have a hearing, and then based on that hearing, get a draft roadmap, get feedback, and have one piece, one example that is is sufficiently narrow in scope that it's real. Then we can come back and say, okay, how do we scale this thing? How do we take it up a level? How do we bring in the other dependencies, which are probably going to work out with a set of detailed predictability roadmaps that are explicitly interconnected up one level of abstraction. So that's sort of where I've become comfortable. 4 years ago, I wanted to start at the top. But I've wanted to do that 4 years, and we've gotten nowhere.
The problem is that we're going to drown if we try to drink the ocean, and so we really want to be able to keep ourselves highly focused, and I really agree with Rich that there are going to be some unanticipated curves and twists in the journey as we explore this, because there appears to have been progress in a variety of the players, processes that we need to better understand and put together to advance this. So I think general out of scope in soft pencil, and then we can kind of fine-tune that as we further down the journey.
I think that's a wise scope, so we probably should just call it Predictability Roadmap for Administrative Standards and Operating Rules. And we're
started clear at the top. I like that.
Really clear.
Okay. So what I would like to do is, okay, so can we, when you're done there, can we go down to E for milestones? So I want to talk about the big picture process as opposed to going into the various pieces of the roadmap document, activities and players and all that stuff. All right, so what we wanted to do was to come back and at this meeting, or start at this meeting with a fresh, updated plan for how we want to approach the predictability roadmap for administrative simplification, transactions, and code sets, which I'm now just going to call roadmap, so that we can make sure everybody's on the same page and understand how we were proceeding. Our goal is to have a lot of activity on this in the next couple of months, with the caveat of we are going to proceed towards an HPID conversation / hearing, hopefully in the April timeframe, presuming that we can prepare ourselves for a successful event and management of the process. So we would definitely update you at the next meeting, whether that's April or June, on our progress. What we want to do is develop thrown off by number 2, develop timeline for public posting with comment. Okay. So what I think is, I don't know that we have to do number 2. That was your question, and I think we have to explore that separately, so let me skip that step because that's internal process. We need to develop background material, and what we know is that there were documents that were created previously on the process modification processes that were recommended by the standards community, and that what they've done in that document is not only put a narrative together to say these are the problems, but they've actually created a set of recommendations and a set of detailed process improvements, or like timing improvements, that we can start with. So we need to validate that information that was last updated in 2009 is still accurate or adjust it. We also need to ensure that our NACHA and operating room authoring entity partners who are not a part of the DISMO but are a part of the ecosystem, we have an understanding of their processes. We also need to understand what activities have happened inside the federal government. I'm exploring opportunities for enhanced efficiencies because they've been thinking about this since probably 2003. So once we get all those materials pulled together and agendas, we would pause so Bill can ask a question.
Well, I'm struggling to get up one more level to what the the work plan is for the roadmap. And I'm still carrying around in my dimming memory an August-ish hearing.
I'm getting there.
And then something else that eventually results in something. So a
We want that big
multi-step.
picture first?
I thought it was an August workworkshop that would
Yeah, let me kind of.
If you get the big, if we could maybe get that big, and then then this sort of becomes, how do we get ready for that?
We need to get prepped. We need to have a conference call with the players. We need to have an August workshop to vet those at a detailed level. We then need to figure out where we're at, come back to NCVHS, decide what products we're going to do, and then act on those, which could be either formal recommendations to HHS, or could also include to the industry and our partners, because this is not a process that is focused just on what the feds can change. This is a look at holistically what we can do.
Okay. Well, then, from my overarching perch, I'll carry in my head that we're going to calendar, hopefully soon, an August workshop, and that we'll work out these milestones so that we are on the right glide path for the August workshop.
Yes, and part of our ability to do that is to get the feedback to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
Absolutely. Then I'm assuming, since the September meeting will follow pretty quickly on the workshop, at that point you'll have had some experience, and you might, at the September meeting, have a block within CVHS in which we discuss how you want to tackle the work going forward from there.
That is very reasonable. I cannot commit to it, but it's reasonable.
Okay. But I'm going to...
I think structurally that's correct. We just have to lay out all the sequencing.
Okay, well, let's...
And also,
let's
be mindful, though, also that we've had, we actually now have this new HPID, and we want to make sure that we can deliver on that and not derail any of the workshop activities to August.
Totally understand. Totally understand. I'd do better if I know
at that level you're at, right on.
Thank you.
Alice,
Sorry for the interruption.
when we had talked about this a couple months ago, and I want to make sure either something has changed or I'm not getting something, that after the workshop there would be some proposals and then there would be a hearing on those proposals. Is that shifted?
You are right, but when we actually started speccing this out, we anticipated that we would have had this workshop already, and that we would have been factoring in the recommendations or the suggestions of where we should go from that workshop, so that we could then solicit a larger set of industry feedback under what was going to be potentially the review committee hearing. So the synergies was, or the original thought was, let's take the deep dive, then elevate it, get some feedback, and then enable us as NCVHS to make some hardcore recommendations with a broader set of input.
Yeah, but I think your point, I think the first workshop may not be enough.
I think the mental model is we have a workshop that helps the industry and us sort of figure out where we're headed.
I want to clarify, it is a small segment of the industry, and I think what we need to do is not limit, I think we need more input as NCVHS from the larger industry.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so then there will be at least one hearing. But that wouldn't be before either November-ish or first quarter of 2018.
I think that's all very fair. My crystal ball is a little foggy on what the timing could really be, but yeah, I think your point is spot on that we need to have workshop and then some sort of a hearing or some solicitation of industry input.
So,
is everybody with us so far? Anybody lost? Okay. So a lot of what I think I was going to go over, I think we sort of got at in that dialogue. Thank you, Bill. So I think the point is that we are expecting to include a number of individuals from across the standards community, and we've tried to identify some of the usual suspects in our thinking, but it's really the designated standards maintenance organization members, NACHA, operating rules, ONC, and so that's, the players, as you can kind of link back to the level-setting orientation that we got from Lorraine. We are thinking of, it'll be a sort of an off-cycle in-person meeting. It would be ideal for us to likely collaborate on the venue with our federal partners. So NCVHS could host a meeting that would enable participation by the necessary federal partners who may want to listen or be involved in it. There will be the forever challenge of attendance and effective management to get to some kind of effective, real output. So we're going to have to worry about some size and how we handle this. Having been involved in some of these discussions, we definitely will want to have like one official voice per organization. We want to make sure each organization has the ability to provide input on the background materials and make sure that we've got the right building blocks, and then also have a preliminary discussion with the attendees to make sure everybody's has an ability to influence the agenda and kind of how we approach this. And set us up to have a much more productive in-person meeting. Hopefully it only needs to be one day, depending upon what we need to tackle. It likely could be more, just based upon some of my experience previously. We spent way too many days at the Hilton and Chicago airport negotiating stuff like this. So then have the in-person meeting, produce some sort of results from that, bring it back here for some consideration, and determining what really makes sense for the next step.
So, Alice, just to help me out, so I'm tracking with you. So the conference call under the milestone V is really to help to do that agenda setting and to make sure that's what you were just referring to?
Yeah, I really think that if we've got to bring everybody kind of on the ground floor. I mean, they've been listening, they've been hearing a little bit about this, along the way, but we really want to make sure that we do the same kind of one-on-one level setting. What are we trying to achieve? What are we not trying to achieve? How are we going to manage ourselves? What are we going to talk about? Make sure that also there's a cross-pollination on processes and understanding, because if you haven't dealt with the APA or really, been schooled in that, it may not make sense. Now, I anticipate that a lot of these players have that background, but we don't want to make that assumption.
So that's what the conference call is going to help accomplish. Got it. Thank you.
I mean, the obvious issue is the open month of August to do something like this, and the urgent need to get a date out there so people can plan their vacations and summer around it.
Yeah, and I think we were talking about September, but with the Next Gen Vital, nobody wanted 5 days of meetings that week. So I think you're making a really good point, that we are going to be challenged with finding a date, and we need to get going on this. So while we're also getting HPID going, which I think we have a good launch point for questions and stuff like that, which we included in the overview document already for folks, that we presented yesterday. I think that we can get that going very quickly in the next 2 weeks, hopefully get executive committee feedback on those questions and the scope, going through our management process, enabling us to get that out, by the middle of March at the latest. We're going to have to pick dates. There's a lot of logistics for us to pull this off, and I think we said April, but I don't honestly know if that's feasible. We're probably going to have to be thinking more like May, but we have to step back and have some quiet time to work through this.
April is the problem, so soon.
Yeah, to prepare testimony?
Well, just to get it on everybody's calendar.
So we have some logistics, but we don't need to dive into those details right now. We can handle those offline.
And again, for the workshop, for that hearing, the April, May, whatever hearing, HPID, we weren't necessarily aiming for CMS as a location, whereas the workshop, we were thinking it would be good to have that in Baltimore.
Correct.
Okay, just to helping us identify space.
Yeah, and those, I had some preliminary conversations last summer, but those players are gone. So Lorraine and I will work through those as we get our arms around all of this.
But the April, May would be maybe in this building, for example, whereas the August could be in Baltimore.
Sure.
Okay. We'll see what we can find. and you tell us, obviously.
Well, and I think that there's a lot of, some of our planning in November has really changed. So I'm also open to, if we need to think about the larger picture of when we meet and when we do things as a full committee and how we co-locate from a budgetary efficiency perspective. Any other questions? Any concerns? Any feedback on the rest of the document that we provided, because I didn't want to go through the details of the first couple pages. Okay. Well, I thought we'd talk a little bit about HPID after we got done with that, but we wove it all together really well. With no other questions, I turn it back to you and ahead of time.
Do we want to roll into Next Gen Vitals and see if we can then?
Well, that's a public event.
Okay.
And you may lose people. Do you want to do this?
Do we want to start with that? We can
There
pull
we go.
forward working on the April. Let's pull the 145 to 2 block forward and get it out of our way and then break for lunch.
Perfect.
We wanted to take time to talk to the group about how to handle the April full committee meeting. We've had, in my tenure on the committee, we've had one telephonic full committee meeting, and it was simply a phone call, conference call, in which we approved some things we needed to approve. And at this juncture, what we're hoping to approve at that meeting will be the report to Congress, and it will be the healthdata.gov. But I'm now actually beginning to think will be a letter, but we'll need to sort of work our head through that.
Pop Health.
And a Pop Health letter. So in essence, there would be 3 items that we would be dealing with in theory, we've already had the detailed discussion of. But as we think about how to handle the meeting, remember that now we're going to have a full committee meeting in November, which will, a non-face-to-face. I'm just trying to connect the planning
So
challenge.
not everybody's fully thinking about I think.
Not everybody.
Well, let's just remind everyone that we've been advised not to have 4 in-person meetings a year due to budget issues. So,
Which was part of our discussion in November. I don't think this is new news.
No, but it's got to be absorbed into what does that actually look like on the calendar.
Right. I'm just trying to have us begin to think how we're going to work when we have virtual meetings, because we can take a minimalist approach to April. We've taken a minimalist approach to the length of the April thing.
2 hours.
Because it's 2 hours and we've already locked it in. But I'm assuming that when we have a virtual meeting in April, that it will be a fully technology-supported virtual meeting of some ilk. And I understand all the challenges. We're in the process of doing the contract. We don't know who's, all the...
Well, no, not April's fine.
November. I understand. But so April can, if we want to be a baby step toward November. Because by November, we're going to have worked out how we're going to get the various reports and updates we want virtually, and we're going to have to work out how we have the technology that allows us to be as effective personally as we were in the last 2 days. I think we've actually now got a pretty good visual of what an effective committee meeting looks like. And our job is to figure out how to reproduce that virtually. That's the November task. And the only reason I sort of want people to begin to think that way is I want to know if there's any aspect of that that would be helpful as we're trying to land these 3 airplanes in April. And maybe we're good with simply 2-hour call and praying that we know where we are, or maybe we need something that's a little better in terms of collaborative technology. I don't know. I just wanted to put the question on the table.
Collaborative technology meaning more, so there is a WebEx, but that's mostly for the public to view things and to be able to hear us, which they will have.
Right.
So,
But that means we will be able to see if we need to make a change in something we're approving. Somebody can be doing that, and we can see that.
well, that's what I don't know. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to use Zoom, which, as you know, is a fabulous.
I'm simply trying to get, the reason we put this topic on the table was to have the conversation, how we wanted to handle this meeting. So what order did the 10th come up? We've got 4 of them.
So going back to, how to handle online meetings, one approach could be that when you have the in-person meetings, you do a bulk of the kind of deeper dives, and that, the shorter meetings or the phone meetings where you approve and you have a lot of work ahead of time for people to provide comments. If you want to have a longer meeting online where you're actually doing work, where, you're actually making changes, you will probably need some sort of technology, be it Google Docs, where people who have authority can make edits real time, or flags or something like that, because otherwise you can't really have a robust conversation.
Good. Vicki?
In the same ballpark, I was going to say, I think we want to think about the type of work we want to do and the type of technology that we need and what makes the meeting run well. So I'm going to suggest a few things, because we do this with our community partners all the time. We've had full-day meetings with them.
Well, could you give the federal constraints, just so we know? I don't really know.
There are many, and a lot of them have to do with security.
Yeah, but can you tell us if some things can't be done? I mean, Vicki's about ready to tell us what I think is right, but it can't be done.
Yeah, I am not an expert on technology procurement, but I know every time I've asked for anything, the answer is no. So, seriously, I wanted to use, software that allows us to share a work plan. No. So it doesn't meet federal security. So I'm just being honest with you. I don't find much flexibility, and my boss took it all the way up the chain for me. So we tried. I don't know for April, because we're on a certain set of resources. After September, we'll be on a different set of resources. So I can certainly, as we develop the next round of resources, try to put in some language and see what shows up.
Well, and I think...
But I wouldn't count on too much right now.
But I think rumor on the street, at least, is that ONC does this pretty well.
So maybe
ONC is a federal piece of HHS.
They have a different procurement office than we do, and I love that suggestion. And what I'd like to do is talk with the right person there, find out what they've done, and then come back to our people, our admin people, and see if we can replicate it.
Okay, because I think April, if we have a WebEx and a telephone system, we've done enough work on these things.
Yeah.
We're probably okay. We're not, even though we're doing everything we can to get more efficient, I think it's unbelievable what we've gotten done since November. And I think we've done a pretty good job of limiting what we're doing. Even so, we cannot, if we're going to go to where we're not going to have a meeting between September and February or whenever, we got to have a real honest-to-God meeting. And we got to do that virtually, and I think this is where we prove we can do it, instead of, and so maybe ONC can help us.
I like that. I really like that. The other thing is we could change the schedule so that we have the meeting in person in November, but we don't have the February one. So there's no stipulation as to when we have the in-person meetings. I just want to put out there that if you really feel like we're on a roll in November and that's when we need to meet in person, maybe we have the February meeting.
Do we have the 2 November dates still held on everybody's calendar?
Remind me what they are.
Yeah.
28th and 29th.
Okay.
So, right after Thanksgiving.
We need to make sure everybody keeps the dates, because presumably we would use them either virtually or in person. So we need to not get the calendar where it's a problem for us while we're working out what we can do otherwise and what we need to do.
Right.
So let's go back to Vicki and then Denise.
Okay. Part of what I was going to suggest was the issue of determining whether or not you can meet in a building that's different. Like we do have the UCDC building here, and there is a different set of technology. So my understanding, and this can be checked, is if you're in a state or federal building, and you're meeting there, and you can employ the technology that's already in the building, that might be a possibility.
But I hear that is what do we want to do if we want to better enable the technology in one of the meetings where we're in fact face to face, and that's actually a different question. And I think if we can solve the problem of how to meet when we're not face to face, that'll probably increase our capability of linking in, of having better public participation, et cetera, when we are face to face. So every bone in my body is we should take this constraint to improve not just our efficiency, but our effectiveness in how we are able to engage people. So I'm viewing this as a good challenge, not a bad challenge. I just think we got to figure it out. And I understand that's not simple.
Okay. The other thing is, before the meeting, it is going to help if what you have is a set of instructions of how you want people to participate. So we have a list that we give people. We tell them about webcams they can use if they don't have them. We tell them we want them on headphones. We tell them how to set up their computer. So we give them the whole list before the meeting. The other thing we do is offer them the capacity, usually the day before, and they need to be where they're going to do it. So we have a whole set of things that then just makes it run flawless.
Yep.
We're not having it fall apart during the meeting. So I would suggest really planning those things and also making sure that you use the software. There is, people are really into emojis, but there's software that will allow you to have people make little faces and, happy claps. And it sounds silly, but it really allows you to get the sense of the room during the time that it's happening so that you know to stop or that you know to do certain things. But it needs to be everybody can see it. It can't be you just have one person that can see it. So I would just make some of those the suggestions.
Rashida and then Dave.
Just very briefly, what I will do is I will reach out to some other advisory committees. So Rebecca will reach out to ONC, but there are other advisory committees who have used web platforms to have interactive meetings, and they've really gone more towards having virtual meetings than having in-person meetings. And so I will look into what some of those options are, what they've learned, so that we can, have some of that as we consider approaches for our virtual meetings that might be useful for us that are currently being used by federal advisory committees.
Okay. However we choose to do this, we'll want to dry run it before the meeting, maybe in one of the exec-com meetings or something like that.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Well, yeah, so you're just wanting us to sort of enumerate all these functions, so like online polling, right? So, in effect, we have to design the discussions and understand which points are polling required, which times sense of the meeting is required, which times small huddle groups. I had also asked that then the public openness part of this, does that mean any discussions that go on, like if the sideline, so the thing about what happens in person, we'll stand and talk, and part of what helps us move along is some sideline discussions. Nobody says, well, is that on record or off record, because we're all just standing around. But you want, that's really what makes this stuff effective, is that we think through that. So that means we have to kind of design the whole flow of the 2 days and block it into the different functions, right?
Okay. Well, I think this has been a very helpful discussion. Denise?
Well, no, I really just want to say that we've been doing standards on these calls, and, 4-hour calls on WebEx or Citrix with breaks and whatnot. And it really is effective for a small working group when you're working on a document. I'm not sure, on a wider view on technical, how effective it is. But for working, it's actually very productive.
And just very quickly, with apologies, that I don't think we have to overthink this. The technology that ONC uses is proven and tested. We can get into all sorts of bells and whistles, but we're not so big of a group that we can't get by with just the basics.
Well, then, what I'm taking away from this is we actually want to use some non-trivial part of our bandwidth in the June meeting and in the September meeting, making sure that we're ready to make, if we're still on target for November being our first full-scale virtual meeting, make sure that we're really thinking through how to do it, not so much, not just from a technology but from today's point, from the process about how we actually design the meeting. And I think that could be very good. For April, what I'm hearing is we're okay with basically WebEx style support, so that we can all see a common screen.
So we can all see a common screen.
And that we'll.
We don't see each other. We'll just see a document together.
I think we're talking about being able to see a common screen and to be able to talk either on our phone. It depends on where people are, what their setups, either on our phone line or not. I think that'll get us through April.
Will we be able to see? Will someone be able to interact with that screen to put edits up that we'll be able to see? So the edits would have to be done.
No? Why not?
Why not?
All depends on how they do it.
It's a Word document.
Can you?
Do.
Okay.
We sit and type as
I know, it's just we've had problems, but Janine's saying we can do it. Okay.
Well, that would be very helpful.
It's very helpful.
We get the same thing when we have to interact with CDC.
Okay, well then we have a plan for the April meeting.
We do. We're going to use WebEx Live to make edits, and people can either access the meeting through their WebEx or on their phone. We'll have both options. It will be open to the public, and the main thing will be to approve the 3 items we just outlined: the report to Congress, the Pop Health letter, and the healthdata.gov letter. There has to be.
There has to be.
That adds the complication.
Right. And I think, we are, I've sort of been making a little list. We clearly, Vicki and Erica, you'll want to work out the timeline of how we're going to bring the healthdata.gov piece in. I think that report to Congress, we've already sort of talked about how we were going to get that to where we had, so we had a draft and comments back on that draft and a new draft before the end of March exec committee call. Alex will and Nick will co-conspire to get the health plan ID piece. I presume you'll figure out whether you need us to deal with that as exec committee by mail in advance of that call for timing, or whether we can do it on the call. And we'll need to have the Pop Health letter out in advance.
I'm assuming we would have an e-agenda book just the same as we've always had. And we will do as much
But I think the thing we've really got, we asked people to do it this time, and we got a fair amount of it done. I think this call is only going to work if the drafts we're discussing on the full committee call, if any comments if basically all comments have been submitted electronically before the call, so we know which ones are nits, and we know which ones need to be talked about. So we're really going to have that discipline, that means we're going to have to keep the number of items small, so I can keep it on those 3.
And even better, if our timelines work out, and it's we've got almost a month, almost 2 months, we could even have enough time to have drafts out with comments back and incorporated, so that when we get to the call, hopefully there will be almost nothing left to be done.
If we can do it, either way.
For those of us or for those of you who are not familiar with the ONC FACAs, the next scheduled webcast for them is March 8th. You can access their calendar at hit.gov, so if you want a comfort level of seeing how it works, I'd suggest clicking in for at least a part.
Okay. Well, then, are we at a point we can break for lunch, and you get an extra 5 minutes for lunch? And we've cleared the April topic up, so our strategic conversation can pull forward to 1:45.
What time are we coming back?
We will be back here at 1:15.
If you want to participate, Rich, you don't have to. You're invited.
I'm sorry.
Requested our participation in doing these.
I understand.
How inflexible the procurement system is, the IT security system.
Okay, we're on to the discussion of next generation vitals hearing. Everyone should have received a hard copy and this outline. Based on the discussions we had this morning, pardon me?
Hard copy today?
No.
You mean the e-agenda? No, it was outside.
No, it was a separate mailing. It was a separate mailing, a one-pager on hearing on vital statistics system. Based on the discussions we had this morning around the report to Congress, we've developed some new language that we think will work there and also work here as a broader introduction to describe the context of what it is we're trying to do. Do you want to read that, Susan? Or you want me to? Okay. So the new introduction, and think of this as language that would also work in the last section of Next Gen Vitals in the congressional report. Vital statistics system, and this does need some wordsmithing, but this is the general broad overview. The Vital Statistics System is a foundational national data system. Its primary components are birth data and death data, with additional data systems for fetal death and marriage and divorce statistics. Vital statistics are used for health research and demography. Individuals use birth certificates for routine activities such as obtaining driver's license and registering children for school. Commercial uses include establishing the basis for insurance benefits and filing claims for death. Vital statistics are used by the Social Security Administration, Medicare, and other major programs to determine future revenues and costs. Vitals are a critical component of population estimates produced by the Census Bureau and are used by the Bureau of Labor Statistics as a basis for protection of the future labor force. Furthermore, vital statistics are a key component of identity establishment and protection as inputs for protecting individual identity and informing other national security needs. currently constituted, however, this federated state-based system is cumbersome and at risk. It has considerable unrealized potential for enabling public health surveillance, increasing effectiveness of healthcare and health financing, and being useful to business and commerce. To address these concerns, NCVHS is making plans to convene a 2-day hearing to obtain input from key stakeholders, including HHS, other federal sources, state jurisdictions, researchers, healthcare providers, and other experts. So this is our attempt to be more inclusive and describe vital statistics and what it is we're really trying to do. Let's talk about this. Tense. Yes?
Could we add to one of the very first sentences a statement about the legal foundation? Because later on you say federated law, but I think it would be vital statistics system is a foundational national data system established by what's that law?
It's not established by any federal law. It's actually a jurisdictional system established by 57 jurisdictional laws and regulations. So, I mean that's a really important point that we should add.
What we have as a national system is really a compact built on practice over time of states to agree to work with NCHS to compile state-based data into a national data
For a price.
set. Right.
And this is called the Cooperative Health Statistics System. You know, that's a great point. If we can add that, we'll add something about established by the 57 vital statistics jurisdictions.
Yeah.
Can anyone name the 57?
Yeah. And one other suggestion, I think in the very last sentence, don't you want public health leaders or public health thought leaders, or where it says who's going to come to the...
Okay.
You need, right now there doesn't seem to be any reference to public health.
Public health. We have experts, but we should put maybe at the last sentence, public health.
Other public
Researchers.
health experts or public health?
Including HHS, other federal sources, public health thought leaders, or something.
Yeah, add public health thought leaders and other experts, just in that list. Dave?
On the sentence towards the end, I guess next to last sentence, begins with, it has considerable unrealized potential. I think the it we're talking about here is the collective national data set. There's a system in the sense of the compact, the agreement to practice of every state working with NCHS to submit data. That's one thing that you would call a system, but it's a system of agreement. But what I think you're talking about there is that collectively these data have unrealized potential.
Great. Yes. Rich?
I'd like to ensure that we include an important both technical and political buzzword of interoperability. And the way to do that, I think, would be along Linda's line in that very last sentence, include as among the invitees interoperability, health data interoperability, subject matter experts.
Thank you. Maybe is it healthcare data or health data interoperability? Denise?
I'm up.
Yeah.
As I read through this, it says the system is cumbersome and at risk. My brain went at risk of, and could we elaborate at risk, what that means? Because I don't know what the risk is.
Well,
I mean,
under stress?
A risk of failure of...
Well, no, I mean, but maybe, and because it's underfunded, is there a risk of falling apart, or, I mean, I just, you know, that risk jumped out at me.
Should we say fragile rather than at risk? or?
Well, what we say in my world, because I have, I just have the mirror, is that we have huge state-to-state variability, you know, so collectively the system is shaky. I don't know how you, I don't know how to couch it exactly.
Precarious?
Any suggestions?
I think at risk of...
Because some state vital...
have a couple words
I mean, the collective system's at risk, but some state vital record systems run pretty good, and they're pretty strong, and others are just not.
I think it's at risk of not being able to be relevant, because in an era when timely information is what matters, the system is so clunky, from the collection of data to the curation and transmittal and et cetera.
Well, we've just made the case of how relevant it is, so I don't think it's at risk of not being relevant.
And just say that, can we take the risk out? I mean, I'm just saying, and
I'm sorry?
underfunded, or...
I would say fragile.
Yeah.
You want to change that risk to fragile?
Not meeting the needs of public health, at risk of.
Fragile?
Okay. And then I have one more.
Okay, let's change it to, does fragile work?
Yeah, I think it's easier for me to read through than risk, because risk means different things.
We can describe that.
Then when I read through, now, this is just me, so don't take it personally, but I don't see how vital records, it says effectiveness of the healthcare and health financing system. I mean, maybe I'm just missing a function of the vital records. Just,
I mean, it's just core to our understanding of most things. I think that's what it's for.
Okay. I'll let that go. I just was curious. That's just I'm in a healthcare financing sort of world, but
Healthcare financing?
But that's fine, as long as it makes sense to everyone else.
When I think of, for example, Medicare paid claims need to establish, you know, when somebody dies, you know.
But I think if vital records went away, you'd still have a pretty robust healthcare financing system. That's not critical.
I guess that wasn't intended to be the point.
They're a tool used, but it's not integral to the system like paid claims or increasing eligibility files or...
increasing the effectiveness of these systems. So that's the subject of that clause.
If I could play agenda management, my sense is you've made huge strides.
Yeah.
And this is very close, and I suggest we stop trying to finalize it as a large group, and that we move on to working through the rest of what you need to do in terms of the hearing, if that's okay with you and the others.
Great. So if you have any specific suggestions as you review this language, please send it to me, Susan. And the work group that has really been leading this are Dave, myself, Vicki, and Helga, with huge assists from Kate and Rebecca. So this is the team that we've, the planning team for this event. And the event is a 1.5 to 2 day hearing, although we can talk a little bit about what we mean in terms of hearing. Is it a classic hearing where we have individuals come and give us testimony based on pre-developed questions? Is there going to be facilitated discussion at some point, or any group activities to brainstorm about where we go from here, which is less traditional? Vicki, do you want me to run through everything first, or do you want to ask me a question?
I wanted to ask you a question about that.
Yeah.
Because it'll make a difference in terms of what we do. And that is it possible for us to engage technology so that we can have testifiers from other places or people participate from other places? Because it'll enrich what we can do. So if that can be considered, and I think it tells us kind of what we can
design creative?
I'm looking to, yeah, I think, can we?
We've had remote testimony
Yeah.
at past privacy hearings.
Great. Yes.
All right.
So some of the structural questions we have, we'd like to discuss. But generally, we thought the 2 days, there would be four discrete activities. First, the first set of activities will be hearing from experts around establishing the need for vital records. Again, not necessarily in this order, but vital records are used, as we've just discussed, for an enormous variety of activities, both at the individual, local, state, and federal levels. Dave?
Yeah, as I've thought about this, my biggest concern is trying to jam too much into 2 days. On item 1, would it be possible, and I really mean this as a question, to have write a brief several-page paper that explains this stuff? Because this is really, as I look at this, it's didactic. It's explaining what this is all about. So why not put that in a paper and give that out to everybody's reading, and then we start with issues and challenges and things like that. That work?
Well, just to play devil's advocate, we discussed in earlier planning sessions that not everybody, that assumes everyone will have read it, and it seems to me, you know, maybe we started off in an unconventional way with a 30-minute didactic on, like what you were saying in an earlier conversation today about how a lot of people, including very important people with important roles, don't quite have all of the jurisdictional responsibilities and authorities.
You've got a level set to have everybody know.
Yes, if we could start off with a level set, then I think we could cut out a lot of that.
Okay.
I would just echo that. The last 3 privacy hearings, we've started out with an overview. We've done an expert just to level set the topic before we've gone into the specific hearing.
And how long were those?
They were generally an hour.
An hour.
Do we have resources to hire a consultant to do that?
Oh, well, we didn't hire anybody. We just
We invited somebody. We invited someone to come and help for 3 hours.
And they do it.
I'm trying to, the person I was thinking of to do that was somebody who knows vitals, who we've hired as a consultant before. I don't know.
Well, we can get a testimony for free.
I'm not.
Good.
Yeah.
You can use remote.
No, a colleague of a former committee member. Yeah, let's discuss how to do this. I'm trying to think of somebody who would be an appropriate person, but we can work on that level setting. I think that's a good idea, to bring everybody up to speed on the basics for vitals. Then the major core of, I guess, that morning's activity will be testimony from a variety of perspectives about the current status and challenge and fragility of the existing system. The nature, perspectives from the jurisdictions and I think from NCHS, some of the concerns around funding and legal requirements, issues around data sharing and transmission, and content timeliness and quality. These are the major topics that we could think of. One of the things that we want to do as we prepare this outline and move to the next version is, I think, really circulate this to DVS at NCHS and to NAPSIS and some of the folks who are in the trenches to make sure that we've covered all the important topics with respect to the current status and challenges. Vicki?
I'm trying, you were asking a question like whether it be a workshop or something else. I'm wrapping my head around it's a workshop then. So, but here's, a hearing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, don't we usually start with a set of questions so that we can get everybody to land? So
Absolutely.
are these, so is it that each of these ABCs will be turned into a question, and the question is what are?
So, I mean, I think the privacy model and the APCD model were really excellent in that each section, Denise, you can, remember this fun we had, has a set of questions that gets sent out to all the people who come in, and they prepare written testimony, which is usually much more thorough than we have time for.
Okay.
But then the juice is when you have a panel. So let's say you have a topic like data sharing, transmission, and protection, and then you have 3 people testify for maybe 15 minutes each, and then you have an open panel for them to take questions from the members, is one way to do it. But you give them questions and well in advance so they can prepare written as well as have time to speak and then have a dialogue. And it works very well because it's a mixed model if you all think that that would be a good way to go. But it's a both and. You get some time of them downloading their best, thinking, their expertise, and you get time for dialogue between them and with the members. It just means you have to be very careful. You can't overpack it. We've made that mistake before. You have to be very careful with how many people you invite for each section and how long the dialogue goes.
I'm fine with that. I thought when you were saying to distribute this, that you were distributing it to get comments from people that then would be our questions as opposed to sending it with a set of questions that we're getting comments about.
I think once we finalize what the agenda for the day will be after we get another round of feedback, then we'll begin identifying individuals and preparing questions for the different topics to send to the panels or the individual testifiers. Does that make sense as an approach? You look a little confounded, Vicki. That's not what you were thinking?
They have comments.
Okay.
I move on. Let me listen a little longer.
Okay.
It just is this rounds that keep going out, so that's why I'm confused. You sound like you're saying we're going to send it out now as this, and I'm not sure to who for what.
Well, I guess we need to discuss this more in the planning group. I want to make sure we haven't, missed anything significant that should be here. And there are others who know the vitals landscape, particularly the folks at DVS and at NAPSIS, for just a quick review. Does this make sense? Is there any glaring omission? That's all I want to do. We're not asking them to do anything more at this point in time. And then we'll develop questions and identify all of the folks whom we want to be involved. So, Helga.
Yeah, no, I was just going to link the 2 and the 3. I mean, it just depends on ultimately how we think it will run the best. So if you're asking people to testify on the current status and challenges, that's already an issue. You could also consider asking them about what do they think might be a solution, and to be discussed later. So what you have then is a deeper area of expertise that already has thought about it in their kind of domain, and you can accelerate the process. So that might be another way for us to get kind of a robust discussion going on. Just a thought.
Good, thanks. Linda?
Just the thought process that we've gone through in designing hearings in the past has been to think about it in terms of panels. So if you've got a day and a half, roughly you'll want to reserve a couple hours at the end for the subcommittee to digest what it's heard and to do its work. So you can back into how many panels you can comfortably have and allow enough of the dialogue, such as Rebecca is suggesting. So as I look at this, if you cover the overview, which is essentially the first topic, the importance of vital records would be your overview topic. And then number 2 is current status, and you might give some thought to current status at the state and local level, current status at the federal level. And so that could be actually 2 panels. And then, you know, emerging best practices and barriers or something could be panels 3 and 4. And then, as a practical matter, what happens is that everybody touches on all the topics. But at least you've scoped it some, and you'll. So I think you probably need 4 panels and introduction, and then 2 hours at the end to digest, and then you'll develop questions around this outline for each.
Great. That sounds like a really nice approach and a very efficient structure. I need to think about it a little more, because when you talk about, you know, the current status, the federal status, you know, there are going to be very different perspectives from a variety of federal agencies, you know, NCHS, who collect the data, and Social Security.
Your conference contains less than 3 participants at this time. If you would like to continue, press *1 now, or the conference.
So a lot of different federal, there's not one status, but a, you know, panel can, no, good, excellent idea. Okay, I think we're done.
Well, just the question is there any more great input like that?
Rich?
I was waiting until we got to section 3.
Okay, yes, please, let's move on to 3. And 3, again, as Helga and Linda mentioned, it's sort of the continuation of the discussion of 2. Here are the issues. Everybody who's thought about the issues has thought about what they'd like to see done. And there are other people who might have different perspectives on what they'd like to see done to improve and the system from the local and state level to the national level in terms of making this system more robust, more consistent, and more timely. And the list of issues in 3 is similar to the list of issues in 2, but as we move towards maybe a panel configuration, they might align even better. Again, everybody has different levels of expertise in the field of vitals, different perspectives, and we want to cast, you know, researchers' need for vitals and worldview of how to use it will be very different than an insurance company executive who wants to be able to clear the death files immediately when someone dies to make sure they're not paying claims. So there are lots of important perspectives that we need to figure out how to address. Rich, do you want to?
As I am understanding this now, section 1 is level setting, section 2 is identifying pain points and known but unobtained opportunities or needs, and 3 gets more into possible solutions in whole or in part.
So my notes say Linda said that the first, after the level set, the first would be current status challenges at the federal level. Then the next panel would be current status challenges at the state and local level. The third panel would be emerging best practices.
Or flip them. Sometimes we found it works best to do the barriers.
Do the barriers. Okay, and then emerging best practices. And then the last piece would be time to integrate and discuss. And I've written this down so I can email it and then you can play with it.
Okay,
and then you get the diversity of opinion by who you invite to be on the panel.
In my mind, though, best practices is not synonymous with solutions to problems or methods to obtain opportunities that are envisioned but not realized. So as I'm thinking at this more globally, I'm not sure that we've got a real solid outcome as far as solutions. I'm wondering what your question number one is wondering what you're envisioning is what's going to be the substance of the recommendations that we expect to come out of this. And number two, totally different topic or totally different thought, is are there similar industries outside of healthcare, outside of biostatistics, that have had similar problems and have indeed come up with solutions? One that occurs to me is college transcripts. In my day, they were all paper and it was a pain in the butt. Now it's all electronic. I have no idea how that happened or who did it or how well it works, but it's there.
So my response would be, I heard Rebecca read what the panels were. I would say the last several panels would be existing model practices and options for future improvement that don't already exist, and then a discussion amongst the committee considering all the testimony of the day. So it would be all of those things in the latter part or the second day, the middle and latter part of the second day. One of the challenges here is I can't think of another federated system that's developed using state and local regulations but has such overwhelming national impact that we rely on. So the model, I don't know whether it's unique. There might be some other kinds of systems that transmit information, but you know, the legal responsibility and the development lies all in these jurisdictions, but there's an overriding national interest to use the data. And I think that tension is something that we'll need to explore and really balance. One of, I think, our challenges in developing this will be, we certainly don't want to threaten this federated model that relies on jurisdictions to be in the trenches to collect these data. And at the same time, it's really important that we achieve, I think we all feel that we can achieve more national coherence and benefits. So that will be part of the discussion. I don't know whether that addresses your comment, but
let me play agenda police for just a second. We've used the allotted time, but we have 15 extra minutes, and we can elect to move. If more time will help this, we can elect to continue to use more time, or we can bring this to closure and move ahead of time into the next round of discussion, whichever you prefer. I mean, I'm comfortable with you doing that. We've reached that question.
We've gotten really good feedback so far. If there are some other strategic or generative comments that will help move us forward in redesign of the day and agenda setting, I'd really appreciate them now.
Bruce, just to say, I think that Rich gave us a little bit of a homework assignment that I think would be useful, that we just, for the record, that we look at some comparator systems, whether it's reportable disease data, whether it's, I think it's the Highway Trust Fund agreement. We've reached an agreement in this country how to set standards and fund a national purpose, but in collaboration with the states. But are there comparators that we could bring forward and help people think about this? So that's your homework.
Great. Thanks for clarifying that for me. Vicki, and then Linda?
No, I was
okay, that's fine. A couple of suggestions and then a couple of questions for clarity. Given that this is a federated system and, as you said, we don't want to threaten people or anything,
it might be useful for us to think about whether to set up a mailbox and ask everybody to respond, to get comments as widely as we can, that we then just build into, you know, I don't know the timeline, but if you could get comments from everyone and then make sure that those issues are covered in some kind of way so that that even is part of the question setting, I think we'd have, you know, greater happiness among everybody that had a chance to comment. So that's that. The other is I want to make sure that I understand two things. We're talking not about like problems at the level of individuals, but we're talking about things that fix this as a system, correct? So we should say this is a systems, a redesign almost of system. Oh, I should say redesign. It's a yeah, I know.
Well, it's vital modernization.
Yeah. Okay. So I think throughout that has to be like said so that individuals don't kind of feel like their questions or issues are not being heard. And then my third thing is I want to have a sense of exactly in vitals what all we're including. One of the things I've brought up before is the National Violent Death Reporting System, because that's part of mortality and that's part of what helps mortality. But if we're talking a system, I don't know whether then, you know, that's connected or not connected to it. Are we ever going to talk about other things like marriage, divorce, those kinds of things? So if you could help me to make sure I'm understanding why you're landing where you're landing and what it includes, I think it'll help the clarity.
So I like your concept of system. I think that's where, for this first set of hearings, we need to be, and focusing on births and deaths rather than the other vital statistics, data collection mechanisms. And I think, you know, the systems will move us away from considering specific content and uses right now, but it's entirely possible as we move forward that this will lead to more consideration and recommendations for in that area.
So you would or wouldn't include the violent death, because it gets into law enforcement.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't include any specific examples of uses right now. I think we need to focus more on the general systems, what's working and what's broken, and how do we fix them in general, and then move on to that later.
Okay.
Linda?
Just a comment that's maybe more of a mindset comment. You know, I think, you know, the purpose of the hearing is just kind of throw it out there and learn as much as you can without trying to think through too much about what recommendations or what you're going to end up with. And I've found the secret sauce based on the good staff work we've had from Maya and Rachel and others is to get the right people plugged into the panels, and the magic will happen. And then just kind of, I don't know, don't worry so much about what will come out of it. Just approach it as a learning and not over orchestrate, because then you'll see you may need a workshop to follow it.
Yeah.
This is a broad, quick way to learn what's very cross-cutting at a lot of different levels from the experts.
Great advice. Thanks. And if anybody has connections in the vitals world and can think of people whom we should be considering now that you know we're looking at the systems of vitals, please let us know. But that was a great way to end. This has been great feedback. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bruce. So we'll switch gears and step back and think about our work plan. And what I'm hoping we can do, we've got two very important topics that we're hoping to work in earnest in 2018, unless something comes out of the administration that suggests we should do something different. And those are the idea of beyond HIPAA and the terminology vocabulary work. And what I'm hoping we can do is think a bit in the next hour about how to use time in our June, September meetings to refine our understanding of what we want to do and what the state of play is and how we want to tackle it, so that we would then in our November, by our November meeting, would be in a position to lay out build them more concretely into the work plan for 2018, if that still seems appropriate. So that's the purpose of this discussion. It's really trying to look out and figure out what advanced work we need to do to know how to frame what we're trying to do in this space, because both of these spaces are, as most things this committee does, bigger than a bread box. So that's the purpose of our conversation now, if that is comfortable with people, and it will, I think, influence who we ask to come to play. I do think, from my perch, this meeting has shown that that when we're, the conversation we had with the Evidence-Based Practice Commission, the conversation we had around the Social Security number change, those kind of conversations are much more useful than general updates because they're really targeted, and so I'm hoping we can drive things we need to know from these two things into the next couple of meetings, and minimize the amount of general updates that we're doing. So that's another think that's going into it. And we've asked Linda if she would maybe help us think through this, since she's helping us guide both of these scoping topics as they are at this juncture.
So our purpose is really to generate some discussion around each of these topics. So maybe we can commit ourselves to 20 minutes of good discussion on the beyond HIPAA, and then 20 minutes on the vocabularies and classifications topic, and then sort of pull it together. Is that fair? So beyond HIPAA, as you'll recall, has morphed some, and we went through the kind of detailed scoping document at the last meeting, but we started by thinking of it as the future of privacy, and it's changed a few times, but it still is primarily privacy-based, and how we look at this space outside and beyond the boundaries of HIPAA. We've touched on it in a lot of our recent work. It just keeps coming to the boundaries. So the real question for us is, to advance this, how would we frame the questions, and then how would we move at trying to get our hands around them, our arms around them? I wish we could pull up that framing document. Do you think there's any way we can find it?
It's in the e-agenda book, and it's on that computer, right, Marietta? I'll tell you which one.
I just think it would be helpful to, number 7.
It's
the agenda book.
It's the one, actually, 7.1.
Down a bit. There you go.
There you go.
Hold on.
Okay. So, Bob, you worked on this too, and Barbara.
Bob put the whole payment piece in.
Yeah. So, you know, when we look at the space that this is, we're really broad. We're really strategic. We really have to stay pretty high level, or we'll get buried in a minute. So, you know, we're backgrounded all the issues we're bumping up against: big data and analytics, cybersecurity, balance between individual privacy and socially beneficial data access. Certainly things we've touched on in the DID letter: recurring calls for individual ownership of data, population health, personalized medicine, all of these uses for data that continue to expand, and the technology, mobile technologies and bio tools and so forth. Could we scroll?
Well, let me just posit one, without, at the risk of taking us down a rabbit hole, but just maybe give an example that we could begin to engage in. So take cybersecurity challenges. Right now, the policy framework for security in HIPAA is built around an annual risk assessment and management plan done by covered entities. In essence, I think that is the policy framework. That, you know, I would posit that that framework is necessary but not sufficient for the current rate and pace of cybersecurity threat. So does there need to be some other lever that is changing the playing field that individual organizations are working on when they do their internal risk assessment and response and management plan? And if so, that would be a lever that was beyond HIPAA. I'm just trying to get an example, and we don't need to go into that example, but I think we've got to get because I really do like this idea that when we design the 2018 work plan, our intent will be to really have a good draft of a framework of principles. And right now we just know that's a concept, I believe.
Because we said that really as an outcome, you know, what would be a reasonable outcome would be, the output would be policy guidance relating to framework of principles, so forth.
I guess another could be, what policy levers do we need around individual health information or individual information that is outside of covered entities? That's not a policy lever around making them covered entities, but is actually a different kind of policy lever of some ilk. If we get this predictable standards and operating rule process to where it's coordinated and aligned and planned for, it will still move a small fraction of what we've got to move to enhance interoperability using using non-transaction based approaches to how we make information accessible. I'm just one person trying to think about, you know, current policy levers, you know, and how we begin to think about what those next step pieces might, and what do we need to learn that would help us have this conversation. I'm seeing a lot of blank faces, and I know we're after lunch, but we've got to, this has to become real to us, or we're not going to get anywhere.
Well, you know, one of the starting points that occurred to me, and I'd just throw it out as a discussion item. We tried to tackle this topic through the framework for community use of data, that letter to the Secretary from the end of 2012 with the principles. You know, I think that's probably not a bad starting point for thinking, trying to articulate what the principles for the world outside of HIPAA might be. And I think that's supported by so much of the work that, you know, for instance, the Privacy Tiger team at ONC did. And we keep, and a lot of the recommendations that our subcommittee has had over the years, it always comes back to, you know, what are the principles? And we go back to that same set of principles of fair information practice, and it seems like that's a starting point, but it's abstract, and it's a hard thing to work on. We heard testimony in the DID relating to let's get back to principles and, you know, look more broadly at data management practices. So, you know, we could start by doing some work ourselves to understand how these principles can be used. I mean, that may be not a bad starting point. What are they? What are the different sets? How are they used? Where does the guidance come from that always says, you know, when you're trying to grapple with these new things, go back to what the basic principles are? We could do a session on that at an upcoming meeting.
Basically review the principles in the 2012 letter.
Well, we could even go a little further. I recall at that time what Leslie Francis did on our committee was she kind of went to all the iterations of fair information practices and pulled together a grid of what they were, and we kind of used that as a starting point. And there are certainly experts that spend their life studying this. We could even have somebody come and talk to us about it.
And are those practices, do those practices leverage modern technology?
What do you mean by leverage?
So if part of our problem is that our current policy framework is being overwhelmed by technologies that are much more ubiquitous and have much and capture all sorts of new stuff about us. I mean, practices that were designed for the era that Rich just described aren't, no matter what we do, aren't going to scale to that.
Yeah.
So one question is that, you know, one possible answer here is we would actually discover that framework. You know, what would a new framework look like? I mean, you know, could you end up with a traditional and next generation table that laid the framework, that put the levers side by side? I don't know.
Well, we're trying to focus this more specifically on security, privacy.
No,
our biggest risk here is a scope issue, right?
Well,
we end up with something that's so big we can't make any sense of it.
I think at a minimum we got to do two things, and maybe we do them in sequence, just as we talked about the predictability roadmap. I think we've got a huge thing in this space around privacy and security, and I think we have a huge thing in this space around what the standards look like in a world, in a rapidly changing world. And we may want to make those two separate topics both tackled under the broad umbrella of beyond HIPAA, but as two separate So that would be, that'd be in advance to even tease it out that way.
Building on that, because I'm struggling with the fact that we've made this really big, and it gets really difficult to produce something concrete on the other side, but there are also, to Linda's point about principles, there were very specific principles around the standards adoption, the initial HIPAA rules that came out, after the Public Law 104-91, whatever, that led us into actually having the HIPAA regs. And so I think that starting there and I'm almost envisioning this, we had these guiding principles in an era that, EDI transactions look like, big new stuff, and now we've got FHIR. I think we almost, it's HL7 standard, sorry, so I think we have to almost look at the world as to what were the principles we've been using, what do we think the principles are, and then really the principles may still change, but the way we look at them or the nuances may change, and I think there's some goodness in having some conversation around that. But I also am hearing this idea of our CIO roundtable, maybe it's important to hear from the industry as a whole about what they think around this topic, and maybe we could put them in two buckets to because it has to be collaborative.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask a scoping question. Could we envision a first step toward a CIO roundtable being a panel at either our June or September meeting that is part of a strategic block where we take an initial dive into it?
I think we need to do some homework first and have them react to some things, because I think we need to get the pulse of how they're viewing these things, because a lot of what was developed 20-some years ago was based upon industry status.
Right. So I understand, but one of the things I'm asking is, would a useful thing for us to do is to bring, 3 or 4 together into a panel in one of these meetings as an initial step to take a pulse that would actually help us design how to do and how we want to do something bigger or not. This was originally your idea, I think, Rich, so you might shed some.
I'm looking to our resident guinea pig here.
But I actually think we could could actually put some questions to them and say, how would you be working through these issues today? I mean, what would you look to help you figure out how to deal with things that really aren't covered by law or regulation?
Just to weigh in one little twist on that, because there becomes a distinction, or there becomes a distinction on what we have to do to meet our statutory obligations and what we choose to do to be better. And I think that's where we get into some fuzziness that I think is worth exploring a little bit here, because when you look at the existing rules and regulations, and we say, this we know we have to do to be compliant. Compliant is a floor, right? It's not a ceiling. And so then it's a question of what's next and what else is there that either new regulations or changes could help, what's missing. That's the way I would view it. I think that could be very useful.
Yeah.
That makes sense? Is that
because you could set up a few scenarios and have a discussion around that.
I'd like to step back from my perch, which is different than the standards and privacy perch. When I think about beyond HIPAA, I think about, visioning what data access and data exchange will look like 20 years from now. We're talking mobile health, we're talking about whole new streams of information and exchange, that aren't confined by the ways we've traditionally looked at data and information in this space. It would be wonderful if we want to be truly proactive and think to sort of opine and get the experts to help us.
Blue sky.
Yeah. What's the scope going to be like? I think the principles that we've talked about are constant, but they're going to be applied you know, to a different paradigm of information exchange and data access. And that's, to me, when we talk about beyond HIPAA, we can't be bound by what we've seen so far. It will be wonderful to get strategic thinkers to help us begin that kind of vision.
I like that.
Denise or Rich, whichever's first.
You took the words out of my mouth, so I'll cut it short. But what's changed in 20 years, I think the principles and the boundaries around HIPAA then were around protection and how to guard and save the information, which is a good thing. But I think 20 years now, later, we're struggling with how to shoot information back and forth and how to open the information. And that's a huge, to me, paradigm shift, because I lived through the first HIPAA, and it was how to protect, and now we're saying how to unprotect safely. Info blocking. But Bruce, you said it. Data policy is very, at the state level, it's not an industry conversation. I kind of was hearing, you know, CIOs, how important they are, but you have a lot of folks doing intricate data policy out at the front lines of the state and federal levels as well.
Yeah, a lot of what they said, but also going back and looking at why HIPAA, how did that come about? HIPAA was passed in '96, but it actually, work on it began with the Weedy Report of 1992, which was the result of several unsuccessful efforts for the industry, providers and payers specifically around claim standards, to come together and figure out, to acknowledge that how they were working was inefficient, was expensive, it had, what's the buzzword, a lot of dissatisfaction attached to it, and it could be done better if the industries came to consensus on how to do it. But they were unable to do it voluntarily, and out of the Weedy reports in '92 came legislative drafting in '94 and the legislation in '96, which essentially took the ideas developed by the industry and codified them in legislation. Now, that was all predicated on how payers and providers did business back in 1992. Well, they do business very differently now. So the fundamental question in my mind when I think of a CIO beyond HIPAA roundtable is, okay, here's how we did business in 1992. Here's how we're doing it now given HIPAA. Where do we need to be 10 years from now, and what does NCVHS need to do to start the process to enable us to get to where we want to be in 10 years, given everything HIPAA has enabled us to do that was not part of what was built into HIPAA originally because the industry just wasn't that far.
Nick, then Bob, or Vicki, whichever order since have gone up. I'm not as good at seeing left and right as I should.
Okay, well, I'll start. Sorry. You know, I think there's Bruce raised a very interesting point in that it depends on how far out we want to look with what our recommendations are going to be, because there are issues and opportunities today that are either gaps or new things that have happened in the last 10 years. There's also stuff coming, whether it's the Internet of Things or the data access, those kind of things, which may not even be quite here yet, but that are coming as well. And so I think we need to think through about how, if we want to focus on what I'll call kind of today issues that we know are real versus what we believe is coming and what those impacts might be, or both. I think they're both valid. But it will become an interesting scoping exercise to figure out how we deal with that from a recommendation, short-term recommendation versus a more structural long-term recommendation perspective.
And my gut, which may be wrong, is that we want to take a long-term vision, and then we want to, in that process, if we can identify near-term recommendations, craft them as recommendations, otherwise follow the vision with a more focused work product activity that would develop recommendations within a scope, but living behind the vision. I find the the way the Pop Health work always goes back to the 2002 figure. That figure is current, and yet, you know, it's 15 years old. And so I think at the level of the beyond HIPAA, we're looking for the 2002 figure, or maybe a couple of them, and then step back and make near-term recs to the degree we can, if that makes sense. But
one of the things that when you started talking about beyond HIPAA is, in the start, we were worried about entities. We were worried about the healthcare system. We're starting to worry about people engage their health outside of the healthcare system, but it's still in relationship to the healthcare system. So what happens is that we ask them to do things. We ask them to use things. And one of the things we had talked about, this is very early in the work group, about the ways in which, for example, people use apps and they sign to use the app, and it may be collecting their blood pressure or something like that. But they don't know what the terms and conditions are and whether or not there should be some, you know, kind of fair practice reporting, that you understand what it is you're doing, because then there are these analytics that are using your data, and those analytics then are big business. So the issue is that there's a growth in, like, wireless monitoring. There's a growth in these things. And HIPAA was really about kind of the healthcare setting. So in terms of when we're asking people to engage in well-being and to ask them to engage in these personal health activities, do we have a responsibility at all to help them be more educated about the use of their data and protecting their data and what fair use is of that data?
I like how this is shaping up very much. I think to Denise's point about HIPAA being about protection early on, we've had so much legislation just in the last couple of years that's about lubrication. It's about movement of data, whether it's the 21st Century Cures Act or whether it's MACRA. The pressure on physicians to let data flow out of their EHR is so high that they're behaving like patients who sign away, you know, they sign their HIPAA thing because that's how I get my care. I sign this and I'm in. You have physicians now who are signing BAAs with a number of people. They have no idea what the content is, and they don't frankly care because they have to move data. And I think we need to figure out is how do we get it to catch up with where we are now, and what are we looking to do down the road that it may need to anticipate?
So I think we're hearing,
Just to quickly and briefly build on Vicki's insightful comments there, you know, I talked about what were the business practices back in the late 80s, early 90s, but she brought up the new technologies, created a whole new set of business practices that didn't exist then. Policy-wise, the language has shifted from, you know, system conversations to person-centered. In the healthcare delivery system, we're talking about patient-centered. If we go into the wellness pop health, we're talking more about wellness, both individual and population. And then we've got these fantastic apps that are doing stuff out there. Those apps can be part of programs both by employers or by health plans. And we don't want to get into the difference between those two and HPID. But we've got those as part of business model, and that's an example of business models that have been enabled by standardization that did not exist in the early 90s, that nobody thought of in the early 90s, and are yet a fact of life now. So yes, in the midterm we've got to address that, but long term we've got to anticipate, you know, what new apps have we been enabling that we don't know of now, but will be commonplace by the time we come out with our recommendations. Finally, and then I'll shut up, we've also got to think about NCVHS as an enduring institution and recognize that in a few short years, in our places will be sitting a lot of gray-haired millennials. What do we have to do now in this planning process to help enable their success?
the concept. So I think I think it sounds like our consensus is to go along. And I like that a lot. I think that's kind of where we started, thinking that maybe there's a 21st century kind of diagram that could emerge, that could guide a lot of our work and help us set priorities. Then the question is, how do we begin that go-along process? And we would really need some sort of visioning exercise, I think. You know, not necessarily a round table, not necessarily a hearing, some sort of visioning.
Well, my sense is we're thinking that we're going to move forward, maybe thinking of this as a two-track process, one focused around privacy and security, and one focused around the next generation of standards and so forth. And I'm hearing that we want to have some discipline in characterizing the practices that were in place. The world, when HIPAA was done, the practices and principles that came out of that, and set beside them the world of today and what those principles, what the practices are beginning to look like, and I think it might be useful to have a session. Rich, I'm looking at you. I think it would be very interesting to pose to a few, maybe like 3, select CIOs. Just like you said, you know, we got here because the industry developed practices that were in time reflected in legislation and regulation. Tell us the things you're doing that you're not required to do, that are examples of the things that those could be things that became embodied in downstream stuff. And then tell us about a few things that you cannot do because there's no enabling. The things you want to do, would do if you could, you're not required to do, but you can't do because there are not any enabling practices or so forth. Something like that might begin to bring in, I think we're going to be helped if we can begin to bring some external voices into our internal planning. I'm not talking about, and that might help us understand how to do something bigger. I don't know. Would that be possibly a useful way to pull in some information? Okay. And I like the idea of going back to maybe making a list of what were the key characteristics of the world in '92.
Well, and
another list, what are the key? So we might begin to build some little building blocks that could be short.
You know, another little interesting angle on that, if I recall history well enough, the privacy piece of this got added to the law because we weren't going to be successful getting a preemptive privacy law as a standalone, and it got rolled in. So we've always had this kind of a little bit de-link, and, you know, that is one of the challenges now that, you know, privacy and technology need to be more tightly knitted. So that history does tell us something about today's challenges. But we'll have to do a next iteration of thinking through how to proceed before.
One of the suggestions I was going to make on the technology side is one of our work group members is Wendy Nielsen, who is at NSF. And they do all this training, and some of these very issues are what they're doing. Every year they do, they do probably about 4 or 5 classes where it's about, you know, technology, app development, but they have lectures where they worry about some of these issues of privacy and confidentiality, and they try and help the engineers to understand a lot of this stuff. So, I mean, she's one of ours, so asking her to come and talk about this and what kinds of things they're worried about and what kind of advice they're giving people might be also early on some kind of, useful information.
Do you want to talk about where this falls in the work plan now, or go on to?
Well, I think my sense, I think maybe we go to terminology. I think what we'll want to reflect on from this is, what would be the most important things in this space to think about incorporating into, say, the June meeting?
Well, and as I've been thinking about this, it seems to me that the committee could do a refined description of what we want this project to look at in the June meeting, but that we need to anchor some kind of in-person work in September, because that would be our last opportunity for in-person, and I don't see taking up this topic on a conference call.
No, I think that's right. So I think one action is we'll need to update this to reflect what we've learned.
Right.
I'll be glad to work with you on doing that. Does anybody else want to be engaged in that little team? Okay, we can flip it back and forth. Will you join up?
And then,
join us.
And then have another round of.
We can have another round, and once we see what we do, we may also want to get some external, a first external. We can decide: do we want to do some things in this round, like begin to go back and do a draft before and after table that sort of, to the degree we can do that. But we just need to see how this goes, I think.
Yeah, and there may be even some interesting readings that could precede the next.
But I think taking this time now and spending similar time as we work through the fall will really let us we'll be in a much better place when we're trying to really land next year's plan. So you're going to morph to terminology and vocabulary?
Oh, it is on there. Marietta, do you want to pull up that? It wasn't in the agenda book.
Okay.
So we've gone in a good sequence because the terminology and classifications is a little narrower than the big universe of beyond HIPAA. But you'll recall our discussion there was to step back and take a broader look at our national approach and capability to update and disseminate code sets and classifications, taking advantage of technology and better meeting the need for timely updates, and that this is a good time to step back and do this because we've got ICD-10 operating and we're still some years out from ICD-11, and what could be learned by looking at how we prepare for 11 differently, and also look at the whole universe of code sets and classifications that we use and kind of the disharmony in how they are maintained and disseminated. That's a fair recap?
That's fair. I mean, yeah, because from my perch, the soundbite is, okay, we've updated ICD-10. We then had a period of time, and we've lived through a big bolus update of all the stuff that had to sit while we worked through the go-live. And unless we do something different, we'll be doing the same thing with ICD-11, and we will always be very far behind the curve. And the question is whether we can come up with some more continuous process for updating our vocabulary and terminology, because the rate of pace of biomedical concepts is dramatic. I mean, and So I think that is the nut of what we want to do.
Exactly.
And I don't know if we've got that captured well in the purpose.
Well, we, in scope, current terminology and vocabulary mosaic, how this compares to approaches taken by other countries.
I think what Bill just said is so clear.
I'm really thinking about what we want in the purpose statement.
I mean, basically, the rate of pace of changes and updates is dramatic compared to previous years. Can we develop some more continuous process?
Or that is
We
exactly.
need to say that.
Yeah.
That's in essence what the question we're asking.
Yeah.
Then I think the in scope, and we've got that on the tape, I presume, or Rebecca's got it on her fingers, or under her fingers. So so we'll capture that and can bring it back into, and I think our what's in scope was actually pretty, yeah. Let's look at your key input. So you're right. This is bigger than a bread box, but it's not a 20-year vision statement. It's actually posing a question: Can we modernize the approach? And is there a way to do it actually in time that might affect the way we get to ICD 11? Because if so, it would really be a highly leveraged activity.
And I do think there are some things that we could do this year to prepare ourselves for 2018. I think it would be very useful to have a panel at a meeting where we invite the National Library of Medicine to describe how it functions as the our link to, the SNOMED. We need to understand that. We need to understand how ICD-10-CM and how 11-CM is getting developed, where it's at in its development, and how it is similar to or different than 10. We need to learn more about ICD-10-PCS, which is developed by CMS, and how that maintenance of those two systems progresses. And I think we could. I think those are pretty fundamental.
And I keep asking about RX norm, and you keep shying away from me.
I just don't know much about it.
Okay. Because I think RX norm. I don't know if either Richard
Can you spell that?
RX. Like
norm.
Norm.
N-O-R-M.
N-O-R-M. I think RX norm is to a weekly update cycle, if not more often.
Really? Weekly?
I think so. It's been a good while since I got off the NLM Board of Regents, but we can find that out. I think it may be pretty close to something that's now organically maintained and developed as new drugs are approved and so forth. I think it may be a fairly normal thing. If so, I think that would be a nice example to include in these.
Yep.
Are you suggesting that we ask them how do they do that?
I think in all four of these, what would be four of these,
right,
that what we might be doing is trying to get the four people in a block. We're going to have to the people. We've had some dropout here. I know Bruce at least did not grasp the fact that we were changing, and we've deliberately decided to bring this meeting to closure at 3 so people can get out. But that means within the public. But that means we got to have people here till 3 if practical. But if we're going to have like these four things, that would probably become something like a 2.5 to 3 hour block, 2.5 maybe. Well, no, more like 3 if we're going to have QA. I really think somebody would lay out how they're currently doing it.
Panel.
And we would ask questions. It would be spinning us up and beginning to build the fact base to let us decide how to tackle this. And we could tell them the reason that we're interested in this. We're asking the question in our purpose statement.
Got it.
That could be, so that might be something that we could organize for June.
For June? I think it could be.
And that would be, so that would, if we did that, that would let us do as you suggested and more slow walk the other towards September.
Yeah.
She's so smart.
Sequence.
If we're bringing the National Library of Medicine to the June meeting, can we also then, because I think you're on it, they're doing their strategic planning. Who is? National Library of Medicine. And so could we also then, I don't know if it's going to be the same person, but at that meeting it might be useful because we could then feed in the things that, particularly if there are things we didn't put in the letter to the Secretary, but we could actually then begin to explore a space with them.
Well, I think I would keep these two ideas apart. We might could still do it. I am on the panel, the strategic plan. There are 4 strategic planning panels. One of them is around the work we do around data for public health and so forth, and I'm on that panel. The NLM is doing the strategic plan the way they've always done it. They have 4 different planning panels, which that doesn't mean like a presentation panel. It's actually, that's a couple of month cycle that produces one component of the strategic plan. And so what I'm hoping to do is actually try to insert some of this directly.
Okay.
We'll see whether I succeed. That's another reason I want the health data framework thing in a form that's insertable. But so let's treat that as a separate problem because these actually would be different people. This would be different people, and we'd actually probably need 2 different people. One around RxNorm and one around the connection to SNOMED, because those are, I think, different activities.
And then one from NCHS and one from CMS.
In response to your earlier question, Mr. Chairman, according to the National Library of Medicine website, RxNorm, the full set is updated monthly. There are updates weekly for newly approved drugs, apparently. The comment I really wanted to make, though, is the cycle on which a set is updated is not necessarily synonymous with how often it's consumed and put into production. So you might have weekly updates on a given set, but the clients might only update once a month, once a year, if ever.
Right. Well, we could find that out.
And this is
well, if you're asking, can we find out how each and every client updates? No, we can't find that out.
But and again, I think this is one of those trajectory things.
Right.
It's not saying we're going to recommend a absolute change, but
Lorraine posing as Alex.
This is why I'm not held accountable. No. Well, actually, this had to do with the last discussion, but it was to, if you had not already, related to the privacy and the discussions about mobile apps and access to information. How many of you were already familiar with the Health IT Playbook? Okay, good. So I thought that should be referenced in that discussion because a lot of what you were saying is actually in that playbook, and they talk about all of those bits of information and the relationship between ONC and the FTC and some of those criteria. And I didn't know if you wanted to make a reference to it or if you wanted ONC to come and talk to the group about how that had been developing, because a lot of what you were saying could fit in really nicely there. So I just didn't want to lose sight of it for this group because of what the HIT Policy and Standards Committee had done that was connected to what NCVHS was talking about.
Very good, thank you.
So you can tell Alex that.
Then our other comments, so we've got a rough plan and we've got a way to translate that plan tentatively into both June and September. Note to self. Okay. Is there anything else we need to do around the work plan, or are people pretty comfortable with that? We know we can sort of sketch in where it is, and maybe we look at it, reflecting this conversation, make some edits from our perch, and flip it back out to the executive committee just to make sure we got it right. Linda.
I have just one follow-up item that I'd like everyone's concurrence that we should do this. The issue came up about the need for current guidance on accounting for disclosures as area where we still need HIPAA guidance. And I think we mentioned yesterday that we thought it might be a good idea to talk to the Office of Civil Rights and see if they would appreciate our looking into that. Now, that would be taking on another project, probably the size and scope of de-identification. But, you know, with your blessing, we'll have that conversation and see whether they think this would be useful.
You have our blessing to have the conversation and to bring back the answer without committing that we will do it. And so that we can have the conversation and look at how to sequence.
Can you just synopsize again what the topic is?
The HIPAA requires that covered entities provide an accounting of disclosures to patients or individuals who ask for that.
Thank you.
And it's just an area of practice that probably isn't as mature as it is intended to be.
The other thing I asked, and we ought to capture, I would like to capture as we go through these meetings things we want on our pick list of future topics we may or may not get to. I asked Rebecca to put on, in follow-up to the work group discussion, a project around how we ways to improve HHS's internal data infrastructure, and things like the possibility of chief data officers and so forth. That whole bucket of stuff that we can almost pull out of what we're not going to need it for what we're doing right now, pull it out into a version 0.0 of a scoping document of a task that could be linked to this, because I think that would be another thing we may want to look at downstream. So let me just summarize what I see as the immediate next steps from this meeting and see if people think my list is right. First, we need to finalize and post the Pop Health report after making some titling and so forth changes. We need to finalize and send the DID letter. We need to complete the edits to the RTC, and our goal is to have them really in pretty final form by the March Exec Committee call. We've got to develop the...
Can you slow that down one sec? I think we were going to send out a next draft for everyone to look at, and then a next draft for the March 29th.
Correct. Okay. And we want the next draft before the March 29 one to go out with a few days notice so that people have a chance to provide email comments that we then discuss on the call.
Now, do we send the next two drafts of that to the whole committee since the whole committee provided input?
I would wait and send the version that I think I would probably wait and do it just to not pepper the whole committee, but what's the group's call? Would it be best to go to the whole committee since we've been through it at that level?
I mean, give people the opportunity, they can
I think
ignore it.
it might be easier for the next.
But, Rich, you're an example, you're not on the, would it be better, would you like to be in each of these loops? I mean, I'm trying to protect people's time, because all the inputs came from everybody. I think you're right. Given the level we went through it here, let's send it to everybody.
I think you started with the whole committee and then you skinny down the next iteration.
Right.
Get more towards finalization, right?
Yep.
Okay. Then the HPID hearing plan we will likely be asked to do something as executive committee before the September call, maybe by email.
Yeah, our plan right now is we'll start working on the mechanics of that to be able to bring up at least some thought process to the next executive committee.
In the April call, Bill?
I'm afraid the health plan ID hearing plan is going to have to be approved before the March 29 executive committee call.
Right.
Because of the timing.
Right.
And if we're actually going to do something in April, we'll have to approve that at the executive committee by email. If it's more like May, we could approve it on the March call. We'll just have to see. The health data framework sort of process timeline for closing that down. You and Erica might sort of say where that.
Right.
No, I'm saying the health data government. Health data government.
Yeah. Rebecca and I are going to do it relative to the deadlines that we have internally.
We just know we have to make the April.
Right. And I'm hoping we can actually get these timelines externalized in a way that this little bucket of work is going to be fast-paced enough to the degree we can get back where we have one timeline for all of this, all of our life will be a little simpler. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to pull them.
Yeah, so we'll work with Rebecca.
The Pop Health letter is the other thing that we'll be trying to have in essentially final form by the March executive committee call.
Possibly, or near final.
Yeah. So that, okay. Then I guess I'm asking. I'm asking Bruce and Bob to take a look at a draft I did, and I think Vicki will want to be involved in that also, of taking our health data framework convening document, which we've had for a good while now, and stripping out everything but the data framework and the data structure and the methods textile, and so making it a white paper that we would just post to the website and cease convening around, but see if we could actually maybe get that done. I've already flipped the draft together. If we could get that done in time to be able to get it to the EPC before they lock the door, because I think the data cube might be helpful to them. And you'll need to run the traps of whether, if we're talking, and Rashida, you may need to pay attention to this, if we're talking about simply posting something to the NVCHS site as a white paper, is it okay, and this has been extensively dealt with over years by the full committee, but what we're doing is just pulling out the white paper. Would it be to try to get it in a form that's accessible by the community in particular, so we can point the EPC to it? Can the executive committee approve that without us going to the full committee? Will be a thing to think about. So you and Rebecca can I would think we could do that if what it is a white paper with no recommendation, no themes, just some content. So
it's just white and black.
It's just white and black. Then work plan update to the executive committee. I think that's got it.
No, I think we had to rework the Beyond HIPAA.
You're right.
Description, and we have to rework the classification, vocabulary, and design the panel.
Are you going to rename that to classification and vocabulary?
Well, I don't know. All right.
Let's keep it terminology and vocabulary for the moment. Okay,
I just want to make sure either it's like a pick list or something, but we have all these things that are left from the work group that need to also be finished. So
we have we pulled together the draft of all the best practices material, and, I think there should be some plan as to whether we want to turn that into something.
Good point. So let me have the sidebar that I didn't have time after I listened to see if it computes for you. I think the idea of writing a letter that has what we've talked about is in the report, including.
Oh, this is separate from that.
I know it is. I know it is. But if we constrain ourselves to a letter, then we have the opportunity to create a couple of additional resources that are much more like a white paper, one of which would be the best practices, the other of which would be the Google Analytics stuff. And if we get those two down, I think those actually could become resources that we could put on the website, and they could become resources that we could hand off to the people responsible for healthdata.gov. But it would let us keep a compact letter. If we write a report, we'll have the tendency to want to put those in the report, and then we'll end up with a separate letter for recommendations. And I think we'll discover we have too many moving parts to hit our target. So I was thinking that might be the way to get the letter in a form we could get it out in a way that's actionable over the next 6 to 18 months. And then these resources, which will be actionable for a much longer time, but they're actually actionable to the larger community. So that's sort of the way we were parsing it, if that feels good to you.
Yes.
Okay. What? Yes, we do have APCD. I've forgotten about that.
So ideally, we would have that ready for April or at the latest June.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was
All payer claim database.
Yeah. I thought you meant something else.
You and Bob will need to, and Denise will need to collaborate around a timeline and tell us what's possible.
So Bob, I propose the three of us set up a call and develop a timeline. Okay.
And my own gut is I wouldn't try to do the work when it makes sense. I think trying to get that done in a 2-hour call when we're approving these other 3 things might prove to be a bridge too far. If it's ready, we can see. I mean, if we can get it ready, we can. The group has just not discussed.
Not in a while.
Well, not in a while, and not in a form that was driving toward common thinking about where we were going to go.
Agreed.
So I think that's going to be very hard for a 2-hour call with.
Could we have time on that call to discuss a framework for
That is
describing?
perfect. That is perfect.
Because that way, then we have the input from all the committee members on our framework for the hearing theme.
You nailed it.
And I think we can put together a letter instead of having recommendations for what HHS should do around APCD, rather have a letter with recommendations of potential areas of focus that either HHS or the committee or both could do.
Does that work from your perch, Bob? Okay, I think you've nailed it. Okay, unbelievably enough, it is 3 minutes for 3, and that's about public comment time. So are we in a position that we can open the phone for public comment? And that also is from the audience. And I think I had a bird told me that there was a photographer that was going to want to make some public comment. Bye.
Yeah, sure.
I want to be mindful of everybody's time because, like all of you, I have transportation to catch here shortly. So, first of all, I just want to give greetings from the Board of Scientific Counselors at NCHS, and also congratulate you all on what a terrifically productive meeting this has been, having sat in and listened to some of this One of the most exciting things I think I can report back to the board are things surrounding the next-gen vital statistics. I would love to be able to share some of the vision about that with leadership related to the board and so on. And as you finalize sort of the hearing document and so on, let me know, and I'm looking at Rebecca, when I might be able to share that or some version. Down the road, I have to tell you, this is like the third meeting that you all have had before the BSC has met. The last time we met as the Board of Scientific Counselors was mid-September. The January meeting got canceled, so our next one is May. So I'll have a lot to really report to them in person when we get to May, but such as your productivity versus sort of our schedule. Now, just for just a couple minutes, and I'm going to make it as brief as I can, I'm going to totally switch hats. I'm going to put on hat as me as former director of the Illinois Center for Health Statistics, chief vital statistician, and demographer, sort of a sequential thing. And this is really kind of directed towards the community health thing. There was other states besides my state, which is Illinois, that we went through a period in about 20 years ago in the 1990s about doing community health and letting local health departments do their own assessments. And I was having this sort of deja vu feeling as I was listening to everything that you all were discussing about that as things that we had considered in the 90s, building the database, having it beyond health, environment, census, and so on. We had sort of, not only could you browse through the database, look at your area, compare to other areas, there were canned reports that would give them, you know, on certain thing. They wanted something on MCH. They could find out the measurements for that for their area versus the state versus the nation and so on. So let me just give you the 4 lessons learned from that. Bill may call it scar tissue, but it is what it is. So we found that even though we could, in some cases we could provide a lot of county-level data, they often wanted the next lower level. And I know it's been 20 years since, but I also hear you all sort of struggling on that. And so that was always feedback that we got from the local health departments was, can you get it smaller, can you get it smaller? Now, having said that, what the local health departments did was they would get together the community, people that were interested in determining what they wanted to work on for the next 5 years in terms of local health. And we were trying to get them to have that data-based or evidence-based, if you will. And we always had trouble finding if they had people that could interpret the data. Now, we would help. We were on call. We had consultants who would do that. We built more tools into the database so that they could graph, map, and so on. We even did hand-holding level training in terms of going through the statistics and so on. On the flip side, I was also someone who would review their evidence-based decisions. Now, they could just, if the community group said, well, the evidence doesn't really show this, but we're kind of interested in working on this, that was okay, because the data was just one component of what they were after. But often their conclusions on what they came up, after all the training and so on, what they came up on the data, sometimes I had the opposite interpretation of the same data that they were looking at. So what I'm saying is they just did not have that expertise. And even some of the bigger health departments did not necessarily do a good job. Out of the 80 or 85 or so local health departments in Illinois, there's usually like 3 or 4 that really did a nice job, and there was quite a number of them that really, in terms of data, did not do very well. One other thing as a goal for this program was when they came in with what they wanted to work at on the community, we were going to try to match funding streams to see if there was funding at the state or federal level that we could make these connections for. And that was really difficult. So there was a lot of communities that came up with some nice ideas and so on, and some of them data-based, but we couldn't. One of our that goal we couldn't really fulfill in terms of trying to back that up so that they could work more effectively on that. Now, again, this was 20 years ago. And the other thing we talked about here in the last day or two was sustainability of this. We started out with 5 full-time folks. We had contractors not only for the database but also to help with the training. That, after a couple of years, went down to 3. Then it was 1.5, and currently, last when I was at the department a few years ago, it was down to 0.5. And it isn't that it got easier and easier to maintain, but it was sort of a cost thing. So I just wanted to share some of those lessons learned as I sort of listened intently to what you had to share about going down that path. I hope things are, some of the tools are a little bit better and so on, but finding the people that are able to interpret the data are just really key. So thanks again. I'm sorry it took so much time.
Thank you very much. Other comment from people in the room?
Yeah, thank you. This is Rich Landon. I'm a committee member, but during the meeting today, I got an email that I thought was helpful enough that I want to make sure, for the purposes of transparency, it does get included.
Can you say it's from?
I will. Included in the record because I think there's some ideas that we, the work group that's working on the predictability roadmap can use. So this email came from Dr. Joe Bormel, and to paraphrase a lengthier thing, it's talking about the predictability roadmap, and he points out that there are many other instances of processes that are in place that affect the U.S. healthcare system, both governmental, international ISO, and private sector, some corporate programs that are very good. And that one specifically he calls out is the National Quality Strategy, which is similar to ours, but it also incorporates some processes about priorities that our presentation day did not address, and which affect administrative and clinical code sets used for the quality reporting. So bottom line is Dr. Bormel points out and essentially challenges us that two-dimensional thinking as we approach the predictability roadmap may not be sufficient for the purposes we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Very good. Other input from the room? Input from the phone?
Anything from WebEx?
Well, then I will say we're adjourned. I thank everybody. This has been an awesome meeting. You're an awesome team.
Good job.